Notice to the public, if you wish to address the council, please complete the public wishing to address the council form located on either end of the counter and give it to either the chairman or the council clerk prior to the beginning of the meeting. All comments must be addressed to the council as a whole. Addressing individual council members and/or staff is not allowed. Speakers should be courteous in their choice of words and/or actions, and comments shall be limited to the issue and cannot involve individuals or staff-related matters. All cell phones, electronic devices used for communication should be silenced for the duration of the meeting. I'd like to call the Terrebonne Parish Council meeting to order. We'll have an invocation by Mr. Steve Trosclair and a pledge of allegiance as well. All right.
Heavenly Father, we humbly ask that you bless all who are gathered in this meeting this evening. Please grant your wisdom and grace to those conducting the business that will address the needs of this great parish. We ask this in your name, Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen. Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Trosclair. Ms. Charlie, can we get a roll call, please?
Mr. Trosclair, Mr. Pledger,
Here.
Mr. Harding, Mr. Voisin, Mr. Amity, Mr. Champagne, Mr. Hamner, Mr. Babin, Ms. Chauvin. Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum present.
Thank you, ma'am. Approve the minutes of the regular council session held on July 15th, 2026.
Move.
Move Mr. Clyde Hamner, second Mr. John Amity. Seeing no lights, members vote your machines. Votes 8-0, motion passes. Distribute the minutes of the special session condemnation hearing held on July 28th, 2026. This has been done. Distribute the minutes of the regular council session held on July 29th, 2026. That's been done as well. Approve the accounts payable bill list for 8/3/2026 and 8/10, please. Thank you. 8/10/2026. Move Mr. Clyde Hamner, second Mr. Carl Harding. Seeing no lights, members vote your machines. Votes 9-0, motion passes. General business. Item 1A, resolution approving the holding of an election in Recreation District Number 1 of the Parish of Terrebonne, State of Louisiana, on Saturday, December 12, 2026, to authorize the renewal of a special tax therein. Move Mr. John Amity, second Mr. Clyde Hamner. Now, I do have a speaker card on that. Mr. Anthony Rainey would like to speak on that item. Mr. Rainey, go ahead, sir.
Anthony Rainey, 3593A Highway 316, Gray, Louisiana. I have been to this council on numerous occasions about Recreation District Number 1 and the services that they're providing to us in the Gray area and to District Number 1 taxpayers. And every time I would come here, the council would say that their hands are tied. So my opinion tonight is for y'all to untie y'all hands and not approve for them to go forward with this millage until we get some answers of why the Gray baseball field still have chains and locks on it as of today. And they're cutting services to Andrew Price Recreation Center, where they have a travel volleyball team practicing 4 nights out of the week. And the kids can't go in there and play basketball. So we need to get some answers, and I think tonight is a chance for y'all to bring them forward so we can get some answers to see why they're cutting services to our community, but they want our tax dollars. And that's why I'm here tonight, to voice my opinion on that and voice my concern about that. We need some answers, and I'm asking y'all to hold them accountable for it, and for y'all to vote no tonight so they wouldn't move forward until we have a meeting with the community to see what exactly is going on. I'm just asking y'all tonight to just untie y'all hands. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rainey. Seeing no further lights and or discussions, members vote your machines. Votes 8 yeas, 1 nay. Motion passes. Item B, a motion to amend the condemnation order adopted on January 27, 2026 on the residential and accessory structure located at 511 Woodhaven Drive, Houma, Louisiana, owned by Camille LeBlanc, by changing the deadline to complete repairs, demolition, and/or removal from June 27, 2026 to September 25th, 2026. Moved Ms. Kim Chauvin. Second, Mr. Steve Trosclair. Seeing no lights, members vote your machines. Votes 9-0, motion passes. Item C, presentation of CDBG DR Community Resilience Plan. Ms. Candace?
Thank you, Mr. Pledger. We do have our consultant, Wagner and Ball, that will be giving this feasibility study. So I will turn it over to her and I will get you all these copies.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you for having us tonight. Candace handed out a packet so y'all can look at the details later. We're going to hit the high points so y'all can keep moving with your meeting tonight, but we wanted to give you the packet so you would have a more detailed version of that for your prioritization later. I'm Haley Blakeman with Wagner and Ball. We've been working on your Resilience Center's feasibility study for the past year, and we've talked with most of you. I see a lot of familiar faces out here too, so thank you for coming, and thank you for the input that you've given up until this point. Just a little background on the project. This is maybe your 28th, 29th CDBG-DR Resilient Communities Infrastructure Program grant from Hurricane Ida. It's a $4.5 billion grant. We're just the first piece of that, so we don't have that until the next phase. But it is required to serve low to moderate income beneficiary areas, and those are determined by the census data block groups. It also carries a few things that it cannot do, which we know they are needs, but this particular grant can't service those. Cannot be used for shelters, housing, things like showers, or operations of the resilience centers. We were given the challenge to assess the parish-wide resilience needs. I'll talk about how we went about that and look at the LMI focus areas, and then look at what the the service gaps are in those areas. We were also asked to evaluate the feasibility of 1 to 5 community resilience centers, identify the priority locations of those, and then the potential program partners. So that's what we'll talk about tonight. There's been a definite repetitive echo of the need for resilient centers in Terrebonne Parish since 2013 in your Terrebonne Vision 2030 plan. And all of these plans since then have highlighted the need for community resilience centers. So well before Hurricane Ida. And other NGO needs assessments have also highlighted the need for those resilience centers. These centers help reduce harm and improve access to resources and strengthen community connections, especially for those who are most impacted. So we know the people that have the most limited resources are the ones that are affected the most during times of disaster. I want to point out that these are not one size fits all. It's not a recipe for a resilience center. The design, the services, and the locations really have to reflect each particular local priority. So when we look at those LMI focus areas that we'll get to in a minute, each one of those has a little bit different needs, and so each one of the resilience center recommendations are a little bit different. So these resilience centers support residents before, during, and after emergencies, but also serve everyday needs. Since Ida, y'all have done a pretty good job of responding in disaster. What we found is there's a lot of daily needs that are really a lot of needs that we need to serve through these resilience center. Mental and physical health support, child care and youth enrichment, senior services and social activities, Wi-Fi, computers and charging stations, cultural programming and event space, economic development opportunities, community gathering spaces came up a lot, community communications, so whenever you're getting the word out about things like tonight, supply distribution, and FEMA intake. So those were all things that we heard a lot through this process. So in order to get to the ones that we are recommending to you, we went through a needs assessment. We talked about that needs assessment at the public meeting. I'll hit on it briefly, but that's what we presented back to you at the public meeting. Then we evaluated sites and partners. So partners who had a similar mission to what the identified needs were in that area. We heard from you that it would be most beneficial to the most people to use existing facilities that the parish either owned or was publicly available in existing buildings. That way we could spread it farther. I'm going to talk a little about a hub and spoke system and how your resilience centers fit into that larger system. This grant can't cover all of that, but I'll show you how the resilience centers fit into that. Then we did technical site evaluation, came up with conceptual designs, and these are really at a planning level, and did cost estimates from those. From that, we have a list of recommendations for you to consider as you prioritize them. This is the needs assessment that we shared with you at the public meetings. First, we looked, because the requirement is the low to moderate income areas, we grouped as many low to moderate income census block groups together. You'll see that in your packet. Those are the light yellow for everybody out there. So we grouped as many as possible looking at focus areas. These are the focus areas that we shared in maps at the public meetings. We then did an existing services and location assessment for each one of those areas, the LMI focus areas. So you'll see on the right-hand side, we did a detailed version of all of these, all of those areas, but have an example of East Homa, how we mapped out the existing services that are there, the facilities that are there, the public open space, any sort of services that are already being provided, that's in the chart there to the left, to the right. And so really seeing what we had to build off of. Then we had 4 public meetings throughout the parish, one to the north, 2 in the center, one in West Homa, one in East Homa, and then one down in Chauvin. We also had 38 stakeholder meetings. I think we were supposed to have 5, but you guys gave us such good information when we had those meetings. We met with many of you. You know where you live the best, and giving us back that information was really critical. So not only do we meet with many on the council, we met with many of the rec districts that had the LMI focus areas in their rec districts, emergency operations, non-governmental entities, social service providers, lots of different types of people. We also put everything that we did at the public meeting in an online survey on your website, so we're able to get to people. We had public meetings right before Mardi Gras, so we wanted to make sure that people who were Mardi Gras and had a chance to contribute as well. So, like I said, what we heard in different places was a little bit different. I'll hit on the big things that were across the board. We definitely, like I said, your distribution of supplies is great, but we heard that communication is a challenge. Communication is a challenge in blue skies when you're trying to get the word out about events, but also communication breaks down in disaster too. The need for classrooms, small spaces, and computer labs. Those are things that can be used for like workforce training, after school tutoring, but also during a disaster for FEMA intake. Food access came up a lot. It was in different ways in different communities. Some was a food pantry was needed for dispersing food on a daily basis. Some was community gardens for fresh food access. Some was the need for a commercial kitchen for during community events. You could cook for people, but also in disaster you could disperse food after when needed. Large indoor flex space to be used for community events again, but also for things like training volunteers. Outdoor covered area came up in almost every place. So some sort of pavilion that could be used for sports underneath it in the shade. It's a hot spot. Community events again. Distribution of supplies. Areas for cooling and charging after the storm. Outdoor flex space, whether it's for community gathering or whether it's for a festival, or it could be for, some people ask for multi-use sports fields. And then across the board, access and transportation was an issue. Access to especially things like mental and physical health. So sometimes people don't have a car, sometimes it's not on the bus route, sometimes there's just not a clinic in the area. So again, those all kind of came up in different ways, but across the board, those were issues. So we came up with what we call a hub and spoke resilience system. And this is what I was talking about. Your grant can't cover all of these things, but while we were collecting the information, we wanted to record it. So you had that if you get more funding, if another disaster happens. So you have a roadmap forward. This particular grant can't cover all of these things. For instance, there's a live work hub in there. That's something that this grant can't cover, but we have it recorded in there. The ones that have the black circle around them, and I'll just call them out, the community resilience centers, a communications beacon. So this would be something that would be at all of your community resilience centers, but also at some of other remote places that don't have a community resilience center. It would have Starlink, it would have charging stations, it would have a virtual board that could announce events or tell people where supplies were delivered in emergency time. Pavilions and Pavilions Plus, we'll talk about that in a minute a little bit more, but we've thought about the pavilions in a way, sometimes people just needed a pavilion. Sometimes they needed a community center in the future, but they weren't quite ready for it. So we've planned the community, the Pavilion Plus, to grow into a community center. So the plumbing's roughed out, the charging stations are there, it has solar power, so it's set up to have a community center, just the walls drop. Mobile medical buses, that came up a lot, that people don't have access to medical services. So all of those can be included in this grant. Multipurpose bay buildings, flexible resilience parking lots, and live work hubs. I won't go into those, they're in your packet, but I won't go in those tonight because they are not covered by this grant. For the phase 1 implementation recommendations, we've prioritized ones that serve the most LMI percentage and the most LMI population, as well as the most total population. And so we have them throughout the parish, and we'll walk through each one of these in just a second. So we have one at the New Isle Community Resilience Center, one at the Dumas Community Resilience Center, Hope Extreme Community Resilience Center, Ward 7 Citizens Club Community Resilience Center, and then we have 2 alternates for Village East. I'll walk through just each one of those. Again, these are in more detail in your packet. First, the New Isle Community Resilience Center. There's already an existing building there. There's a FEMA grant right now to put solar on that building. So that's already approved and moving forward. So just adding some expanded services there. For instance, expanded parking lot and emergency drop-off, a solar-powered distribution and community gathering pavilion. Yes, sir.
Nice to ask that question. This particular area right here, what council district is that in? What?
I have to pull it back up, but
Well, I'm just doing this for the because we had the building originally. This building was actually meant for something else, and so now it's being considered for something else. Okay, I'm not being specific in reference to that, you know. So we're looking at this building and where it's located is located in the Shriever area. And that's that little yellow building that sets off in the back on the way to Thibodeau.
Behind the yellow building on the water.
Behind the yellow building on the water. Okay, that's what we're talking about right now. Just want to clarify because it's not shown up here on this screen. For those that are looking, to give them a better understanding of what location.
So if I
we're
go
talking
back, it's number 1 up here at the top.
about.
Won't show up. So we're going to move down in order. Not necessarily in priority, we're just moving down in order. Okay. So this is an underutilized building, and we have a recommended partner that would like to use the building, would like to provide some services to the existing residents of the neighborhood, but also for the neighborhoods around it. Tri-Community Empowerment Center is operating out of St. Bridget's Church, and we'd like to move into that building and operate this community center. So for each one of these, we have an operator that we're recommending based on their services, their mission, and how it aligns with the needs that were identified from that community. This has a computer lab build out in the existing classroom, a communications beacon, and improved site drainage here. Next is the Dumas Community Resilience Center. So this looks at the whole Dumas Park and the community center there. I'm sorry, the
Auditorium.
thank you, the auditorium. I haven't called it an auditorium in a while. The auditorium there. We're not trying to take this out of the community's use. We're expanding the community's use in that building. This one would be an operator with the One Terrebonne Community Center and in partnership with Rec 11. Here is expanded parking and emergency drop-off, covered outdoor distribution and gathering spaces, computer lab build-out, and a food pantry build-out on the inside, a communications beacon, improved site drainage, multi-use field improvements, and community garden spaces, and planted rear for some reduction of stormwater. Yes, sir.
Council District 2.
Thank you. Number 3 is Hope Extreme Community Resilience Center. Hope Extreme is already operating in this building, but this would expand their services and their capability. They're sharing the building with another entity, and so this would expand their ability to provide services to the community. We've added outdoor community gathering pavilion, solar power for the pavilion, and critical services in the building. So when a disaster happens, they'll be able to run some of the things. They won't run the whole building. Backup power for essential services during storm. Improved parking and lot drainage. There's a large community garden that they've expressed interest in expanding, and a food distribution, fresh food distribution in the back for the community garden. Number 4 is the Ward 7 Community Resilience Center. Most of the upgrades here are outside. It had significant upgrades to the roof and to the frame after Hurricane Ida. So adding some outdoor space and upgrading the restrooms there to make sure they're ADA compatible, adding a computer lab build out on the inside. People expressed a lot of interest on after-school programming, tutoring, adult education, those types of things. So incorporating that computer lab space into the site. Adding some stormwater treatment and to reduce flooding around the parking lot. In the rear, a large pavilion that could be used for community spaces, community events, but also for distribution. That solar power on that will power the kitchen during storms and laundry. So it would be able to function that way as well. This is used a lot for community events, but also functioned really well for after Ida. There's a field, a multi-purpose field in the back of the pavilion that could be used if you wanted to do community events like farmers markets and things like that, but could also be a space if you had to add tents or something after a storm for temporary housing. So you'll hear me say a lot, the same space used for multiple purposes, and that's really critical in this. You only have so much money. You don't want something that's only going to be used after a storm. You want to make sure this is a community space and community benefit all year. So every time we thought about something or heard something, we tried to make sure that it had multiple uses. So you're spending your money well. We also reduced the pavement in the rear. The pavement floods in the back, so reducing that down some too. Village East, I mentioned we have two alternatives for Village East. One is what we call the Pavilion Plus. You'll see in the top right corner, this building is starts out as a pavilion. So it has a lean-to roof, has a drop covered space in the front. Once you come back and turn this into a building later, you basically wrap it with walls. So all the plumbing is in there, the electrical is in there, and you drop the ceiling down and add that front walkway becomes a hallway. So we've done one like this in New Orleans, and looks like a building. It doesn't look like a pavilion. Functions like that. So the way that we've laid it out, the size accommodates all of those uses that it would happen in the future for that building. Also added expanded garden facility. This area is working with One Terrebonne to do a community garden here now, and so making sure we expand that. And a ball field in the back and parking and outdoor community space. Village East Alternate 2 is a community resilience center. And so if you imagine the one that we were just talking about at New Isle, the community center that's there now, this is the same sort of footprint. It has those same pieces to it, the classroom, the event space inside, the covered spaces outside. So this would have that classroom, flexible gathering spaces, a kitchen, a commercial kitchen, parking, improved garden facility too. We've also just thinking about how do you put these things together and how much money do you have and what can you work with, what sort of combinations can you do. And so we're recommending, and the recommendations are from us just based on the needs assessment, the site feasibility, partner evaluation, and funding available. We put together 4 that meet the 4.5 initial funding that you have for this grant. New Isle Community Resilience Center, Dumas, Hope Extreme, and Ward 7. Those spread across the parish serve as many people as we possibly can pull from those LMI focus areas, but also a very large amount of the population. If I had more money, I would go to scenario 2. That adds Village East Pavilion Plus. We don't have an operator for a community center at Village East. That's the only reason it's the 5th one. We know there's need there, but there's not a community operator at this time. So that would be added. The Stark Corporation Mobile Medical Bus, that came up at every single spot as access to mental and physical health. So having a bus that could go to different places would be critical. And then 2 communications beacons. If you had a lot more money, we'd recommend that you go up to a community resilience center in Village East and find a partner. So the last one is the same thing, just swaps out the Pavilion Plus with a community resilience center. Does that make sense?
Let me ask you, question.
Sure.
These facilities are designed to operate year-round, like you were
Absolutely.
saying, year-round, for everyday use, Monday through, Sunday through Saturday, depending on the operator's policies and procedures. And then during a state of emergency, a hurricane, something like that, then there's multiple opportunities for that particular community's needs. And it's not limited to that community. It's
No.
parish-wide.
Absolutely.
So, just because it might be in one district doesn't mean another district can't benefit from it. And there may be services in one district that are needed more so than in my district. We would need the crazy, we would need mental health services,
Right.
because they elect me. But in but in another area, they may need medical services and
Right.
and then during the regular year, they sports and community events. But it's all public facilities operated free of charge to the public. Am I correct? There's no charges, like if, say, the operator wants to do a fundraiser or something, can they do that? What are the rules and regulations on stuff like that? Or can they be used for a private event? Is it strictly public use?
That is an excellent question. I'll tell you that's kind of in your next, you're going to see your next steps.
Okay.
Is figuring out those operational things. The intent is the operator will run it when the parish is not going to be doing event planning, right?
Right.
So the intent is the operator during
Well, I don't know.
during disaster
they want to have a community meeting, about some upcoming thing with government or something. The parish would use it for that.
That's
Correct.
what happens at Ward 7 currently, right? Y'all asked to use the facilities.
But I think it would be up to the council to decide whether or not we want to use them for public versus private events. I would
Yes.
assume CDBG-DR money cannot be used for private events.
It can, so remember when I talked about there's stuff this can be used for, but stuff it can't?
Yeah.
It cannot be used for operations or staffing. It can be used for the building and the improvements. So,
Oh, okay, I got you.
right? So it can't be used for operations, any operations. So yes, that is to be determined, and that is in the next phase, and each operator and building owner needs to work with the parish on a cooperative agreement. Correct, Candace? Did I say that? Yes, a subrecipient agreement. So in some cases,
Like that word, me and Carly.
they may own the building. In some cases, they may not. That's yet to be determined.
The subrecipient may own it?
They may. That's up to y'all. That's where my planning stops.
Oh,
Yeah, so all of that needs to be determined. Candace?
Yeah, I just want to clarify one thing. So once we have gotten the prioritization from the council of what resilient centers they would like for us to go forward with, and what funding we have available, we will then start working with Haley and with her group that she had done that reached out to these nonprofit organizations that can be the operators of it. And we will then start looking at the subrecipient agreements that would play the role of who's doing what and who's responsible for what, and also making sure that it all follows the CDBG DR requirements. You do have some concerns if there are private events or income coming in about program income, because it is CDBG DR money. We can't do operations. We can help a little bit with startup costs. So once we know what the council wishes to move forward with this project is when we'll be able to work through those agreements with who the operators would be.
but all 5 of these projects are strictly CDBG-DR money, no out-of-pocket for the parish. Right?
Yeah.
Parish's role is to run the money and pay the bills as they submitted by the operator.
So, yes, sir. Once the determined amount of CDBG-DR that the council wishes to have allocated to resilient centers, and once we determine which ones are going to be priority is what we're going to go forward with, all of it comes through us as we pay the bills and CDBG-DR money gets it. We are not putting any parish local money to it. It'll all be reimbursed from the state. It'll be whatever those funds and budgets are that have been approved through OCD and their application.
And what happens after 5 years when the CDBGR money,
So it all works into, there is we have to meet a certain goal that part of the application is. There is, one of the requirements in the application is we are going to do a certain, we're going to meet a certain benefit. Once we do that, we have to continue that role for 5 more years, or they could come back and ask for the money back. So if we're saying we're going to open a resilient center, I'm just looking because this is up there, East Houma Recreation Pavilion, we're going to do that. So after we have spent the last of OCD's money, whenever that is, and we have met that criteria, we have 5 years that we have to continue to meet that benefit.
and that's when it may start costing the parish dollars?
It should never cost the parish any money. What would happen is if for some reason it did not continue to be used as the purpose that was presented to the state, they may come back and ask for us to return some of the money.
I got you.
But the intent is to never at any point start costing the parish some money.
And I will say, Councilman, I'm sorry,
Go ahead.
Councilman Hamner, there are 2 other funding sources that have upgrades on 2 of these buildings. One is the Dumas Auditorium has upgrades for hardening and windows and doors and the air conditioner. So that's happening from a separate pot of funding, which is not the parish again. And then I mentioned earlier that New Isle is getting solar panels through a FEMA grant. So those are being paid for elsewhere. So we also have recommendations for future funding. These don't fit in your funding scenario yet, but again, we cataloged everything that we know is needed to make a resilient network across your parish. So the East Houma Recreation Pavilion, this came up a lot. There's need for spaces for recreation, for events, for exercise that's covered, for farmers market, things like that. This is in a covered space. And so that is out there as well. The New Isle Multipurpose Bay Building, that's not included in this funding either, but that is an opportunity to have a building that is open on the inside and is broken into bays. The one that's out there, the yellow building, I think that you were mentioning, that's what that one is. And so as a small business comes, like a daycare, for instance, that has an operator, they could get 1 bay. If they grew, they could have 2 bays, 3 bays as they grow. So it's something that could help economic development too. The Grand Cayuga Tribal Community Resilience Center, their COPO, they have already done planning for that. That wasn't included in this planning effort, but they've already been working with Engineers Without Borders with Purdue and have a plan. They did lose their funding, and so we will make sure that we recommend that in here as well. It is needed. And then the additional communications beacons. And again, those are intended to go down and around the parish. So even if you don't have a pavilion or a resilience center, you have a way to have communication and charging.
Okay, can I interrupt
Yes.
for a moment?
Sure.
I'm looking at just Ward 7 on that part because I have a few questions with you because I met with their board.
Yes.
This does not even pertain to what they talked about and what they heard. This is not the same.
Okay.
We're talking two different things here. In that, let me ask you this. Did you only look at resiliency centers? Did you look at anything else when the rules changed? I mean, so I just kind of looked at some rules that changed, which I was not aware of on that. Did you only look at resiliency centers? Did you look at drainage? Did you look at anything else that was needed in in those areas, or were you just tasked with resiliency centers?
If we looked at a resilient center site, we looked at the drainage on that site. We didn't look at it for the whole parish.
Yeah,
But
Ward
we,
7 doesn't flood.
yeah,
It doesn't flood.
It only gets wet in the back and the
That's not
pavement.
my main concern. I have a pump in Smithridge that needs to be rehabbed and redone so that it can really pull out water and stuff. I mean, I'm looking at different things because resiliency means something different to me. I'm looking at my people not flooding. I'm looking at like a levee that is low in one area that
understand.
needs to be
Yes.
done.
Those are not at all. This was only for resilient centers.
So you were tasked with just resilience.
The
Okay.
grant is only for resilient centers, not resilience, resilient centers.
Can I answer that a little bit, Ms. Chauvin? So the grant that she's referring to is we're used to referring to the grant as the large CDBGDR money. We had, as part of our recovery plan, was resilient centers. So when she's talking about grant, it was the actual application that we submitted to the state for resilient center. They were only tasked to do the feasibility study on resilience centers because that is what we had submitted to the state as part of this proposal.
Okay, so let me tell you where my frustration comes in. The rules have changed. Had I known that things were changing and that we could add things, because I kind of started looking up
Can
stuff.
you tell me what rules you're saying changed?
You have amendments that changed on it. I mean, I'm sure that
So
y'all would have been
our
a
still
part of that.
recovery proposal and the items that we have already submitted as part of that
Right.
recovery proposal and those applications have not changed.
Right.
The timeline for all of that has not changed.
Okay, so let me ask you this. When things begin to change in it, even though we have submitted like certain things in it, and we're tasked to just keep only those things, even though rules are changing, seems a little, and maybe that's just how the state does things, where they begin to change the rules on us. Because I look at this and I'm thinking, well, I probably wouldn't have voted for some of these things because you changed things and you would allow certain things, but now we're up against deadlines and timelines. But I will go back to this. The Resiliency Center, when I talked to Ward 7 board, they were told about a kitchen and the bathrooms. I'm looking at pickleball court, which I have a recreation center that does that, half basketball court, which I have a recreational district that does that. You're talking about parking spots. It already has parking spots. I get a pavilion, totally understand that. And it doesn't flood in the front, and I'm looking at where you have this. So I'm a little confused as to why they were told.
The
one
kitchen and the
thing.
bathrooms,
Yeah,
that's what's in there.
I'm looking at this part right here. Is it missing something? That it doesn't, because it doesn't, I'm looking at this part right here.
That's the outside. Flip the page, and the inside is in there.
Okay, all right. So you're gonna do all of that for $1 million?
Mhm.
Okay, so did anybody go in and talk to the board and ask them if they were okay with this?
So that's
Because there's a difference in how government runs and how that nonprofit runs. And I don't think that they quite understood that, because I went to them to have a conversation and I spent about an hour and a half with that board. And they had not called me back to know whether this was something that they were going to take on. So I'm a little on the downside. How do you vote for something when I have a board that is not even sure,
Yes, we totally understand that. So all of these recommendations are what we heard from, and we talked to Miss Becky while we were there. Like, we had a lot of
Yeah, I did too.
conversations, and we had a meeting there in the building and talked to a lot of people that go there. These are the things that they asked for. They did ask for the courts in the back because they wanted some after-school programming, and they don't have
Okay.
anything for the kids to do. But you'll see the next steps, if you see on your, underneath October 15th, coordinate with operators and owners. So that's the next step that really needs to happen. Are these operators willing to do this? Is it something they want to do?
So let me ask you this, the upkeep of it, who's, like, I need to know, like, who's gonna be responsible for that. Like, that's a big deal on the front part of this, not the back side of this. We need to know up front who's gonna be responsible for what before I can vote on, even moving it from there.
And that's true in every single
Right.
one of these. That is your next step, is today we want you to think about the priorities and where these might be. But the operations of it is the next step. And all of these are going to go through design and engineering with, I'm going to go to the next steps because it'll be easier to talk about it. Future council meeting. So this is your packet to study. These are just recommendations for us. It's your job to prioritize them. So that'll happen at a future council meeting. I will tell you there is a deadline of October 15th to apply for that 4.5 implementation funds. It is. So what that application includes is basically what you have in that packet. They just need to know which ones you want to do. Next is coordinate, and really that happens right after you prioritize, coordinating with the operators and owners about those use agreements that Candace was talking about. Is this something that you want to do? How would this work? How does the parish work with you on it? All of those questions are for every single one of these. So I do hear you, Councilman Chauvin.
I have a question for you, ma'am.
Yes.
And it was on the slide, well, it was on the initial slide, and it's on this one too as well. And I think there's a little bit of confusion on my part. Phase 2 is not $4.5 million. It's, according to my records, I could be wrong. I see Candace, it's 5.4 million for phase 2 of the plan. Phase 1 would be 585,000, something to that effect. So can you clear me up? I see Candace, you have your light on. Can you clear us up on where we're at with the 4.5 million? What does that mean?
Yes, sir. I do believe that the 4.5 million is what is available for the actual construction, and getting up to the 5.4 probably includes some of that grant management as well as maybe some engineering and design. But we will, work through all of that as we go through the process.
Yeah, I guess, that's the answer, but, and also I'd like to ask a question, finance-based. You mentioned, ma'am, that it'll cost us $900,000, right, at $1 million in order to do,
The Pavilion Plus?
put a Pavilion Plus, right?
Yes.
So can you explain to me your estimations on how's it gonna cost? You said that to put up, all we'll need to do is put up walls, basically, if we was to build a Pavilion Plus, correct?
Well, not all you have to do to put up walls.
I get it,
but it's
but-
ready to put up walls, but then you have to outfit the whole inside and finish everything out.
Right. I
Right.
understand. So that'll cost $3 million?
So the two that we gave you are not the upgrade. It's
what I'm
the Pavilion
asking
Plus or build a new one.
Well,
We
what
didn't
I'm-
give you the in-between.
What I'm asking is, it's gonna cost us $900,000. We'll just use $1 million for round numbers.
Sure.
It'll cost us $1 million to put up a Pavilion Plus, and all we'll have to do is come back, retrofit it, put up some walls. That'll cost them $3 million, correct?
No.
Well, based on your option 2 for Village East, that's what it's gonna cost, $3.9 million to build one. But we can get a pretty close to being built for $1 million. So, that math doesn't math to me.
Yeah, the other one is a whole new building from the start with all of the upgrades outside. It's a different building. It's a whole different building. We didn't give you the Pavilion Plus to a community center, but we can.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mr. Harding, you wanna, sorry, go ahead, sir, sorry.
To piggyback off that, Village East Community Resiliency Center, opinion probably cost Terrebonne Parish Consolidated Government, $3,870,000, which is that 3.9 that you're, actually talking about, and that's from the ground up that he's saying. So therefore, I'm under the assumption that we would actually either have to go with that $900,000, from the get-go, or to actually decide to go with the 3.9. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the other part about that, it might be a candid question or whatever, at this moment, we're talking about is $4.5 million, right? But $500,000 is used for the study?
The study,
All
yes.
right, so we're only working with $4 million if anyone out there was doing the math.
The study was the phase 1, so that's separate.
That's already paid.
Yeah, 500,000. Okay, paid for.
It's paid for.
Paid for, okay. Okay, now, want to kind of cover areas in which I do this often. Number one, in support of that Shriver area with the new house, that's within close proximity of the area that I represent, basically is in Mr. Ahmad's area. And there are some people that we were out here, I mean, we were in the, I think, what's the name of that gym out there in Shriver? Andrew Price.
Yes.
And they had an interest in that. And hearing for the first time that St. Bridges, who was not in attendance, actually.
Those are the people who use St. Bridget's, the people
Right.
that were there that night. That's where they're going now, but it's a lot of conflict for space.
Okay, then that's what
And I believe some of them are here if you would like to hear from them.
Yeah, well, I see some of them. That's why I'm asking the question, because
Yes.
I looked at their faces when they heard St. Bridges, and then it was a little different outlook because they had hopeful anticipation that, you know, I mean, they and their gray area actually would have some sort of part of the operation.
I wish I had the sheet where they put all their dots on that picture. I should have showed it. But there were like 40 dots on the New Owl Center from that.
And I found that my colleague, that we are understanding a little more about how disaster recovery money is being used and what you can use it for. And there are other items, and we have had other conversations or meetings that I think it comes to the full understanding that we can only use it, but then there's a certain criteria for this particular money. So if you fill out a grant, that grant is rather specific.
All grants are very specific about what they can cover. So we tried to keep this within that. And our friends from Westwood here that's their job too, is to make sure that everything that's recommended fits within that and y'all don't accidentally fund something else.
And for, let's say, for instance, those 5 projects, and one of the some of the criteria is meeting the LMI, right? And that first project with Isles and Dumas, we're looking at 70% here and 70% there. I think we have one that was 53%. 53%.
They're all very close.
Yeah. Yeah, so that point there is one of the reasons why you are prioritizing, or they come up in that manner that you actually have them there.
These are not prioritized, they're just in order down the parish. After they had shared Candace has shared the packet with y'all before, we asked if we could change them, but we didn't want you to think that we were changing something behind your back. We just put them in order down the parish, not in priority.
Yeah, because I've seen these before.
Yeah, right,
you know,
exactly.
And that's the point that I think we also have to address, is the fact that just because they are in that order is not necessary to say which is to be done first, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So there's 2, you brought up LMI, Councilman Harding. There's 2 pieces of LMI that you have to pay attention to for this particular grant. One is the percent of the people that are in that area that are LMI, low to moderate income. And the second is the population, how many people. So both of those numbers are in here. We also put the total population served. There are very, very few of your council districts that don't have service from these resilient centers in the service area.
Right, and I think I'm gonna save the rest of my conversation for later on.
You brought up the Dulac area. Reiterate again on the group that is doing it. I want everybody to hear, because you don't see any Dulac or by the Lord, lower by the Lodge in this particular area. I have to differ with what you said just a minute ago, that all areas would be accessible to the ones that we have. It's a pretty far distance from Dulac to Chauvin or Dulac
sure.
to Dumas or places like that. But I know there's a group that's working that, and I'd like for you just
They are.
to give us a little info on that.
Yes, the Caillou Dulac group tribe is working on they call it the COPO. It's the Community Outreach COPO Programs Office, I think.
It's on Upper Shrimpers Road. correct?
Yes, everybody calls it the COPO. And this has been serving as the place where they go meet, where they have been doing their disaster distribution out of this area since. They were donated after Ida new land. And so they've been working with Engineers Without Borders as a volunteer group out of Purdue on a new community center there. And so they already have plans done. They've been working on this. They had a federal grant, and it was taken back.
Because I know Kirby Verrett and his group, Clayton Chapel,
Yes.
it's no longer since Hurricane Ida. So there's other people that are filling that spot, but I mean, I just want everybody to know that just because there's nothing on this resiliency center and this money, that there is something being worked on in the Dulac area.
Absolutely. They're a lot farther along in their plans than we
Correct.
are for this. We're at a planning level. They're at a design and engineering. They have real drawings. They're ready to build it if they had funding.
Didn't have to jump through as many hoops.
Right.
Okay, all right. Second thing is, I want to just allude to what Candace said, that it is never our intention here that the parish would have to put up any money. What happens in the 5 years, because you used the term that the government could come back and ask us for the money. Now, that would be money for construction. If we spent $2 million on something and it did not pan out, this government would have to pay back $2 million. I'd just like that clarified, if you don't mind.
Yes, sir. So, the words I was looking for earlier when I was first answering Mr. Hamner was the national objective. So our applications we submit to meet a national objective.
Right.
And the state approves that. And if for some reason after the period of performance, which is after the funding is done, we are not meeting that national objective, the state may come back and say, hey, you're no longer meeting the national objective, we want that back. I think it would depend on what the state evaluates as us not meeting that national objective. It may not be the whole amount, but it could be the full amount that is used. If we did 5 different resilience center, one cost $2 million, one cost $3 million, and one of the one that costed $2 million was the one that doesn't continue to meet that national objective, we would probably just have to reimburse that part. It wouldn't be the whole resilience centers that we did. It would just be those that are no longer meeting that national objective.
I just want everybody to understand that there is a rolling of the dice here to a certain extent. I mean, that we could be held liable down the line. I say held liable. It's nothing more than a clawback is what it boils down to, that they could come back and ask us for that money. So when we're doing these things, we have to make sure that whatever the partners are, they're very stable people.
Absolutely.
And they have a business plan. They have all the things that are needed to make this work. So, all right, that's why I wanted to get out about the Grand Kai area, okay? And thank you very much for that.
Absolutely. And so we took that into account when we were doing the
Correct.
when we did our needs assessment. We actually put the ones that there's the UHN Rising.
Mm-hmm.
That's was on our needs assessment. Wherever there are already resilient centers or planned ones, we try not to double dip, right?
Good. Thank you.
But we want to support those and put those in the system. So they are in this hub and spoke system.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could you go back to the next steps slide?
Yes.
So I guess I'm kind of concerned about, so the council is going to come up with our priority list. I think that coordinated with operators and owners need to be ahead of that October 15th date, because why would we create a list and then the NGOs can't, they're saying, we don't want that. Shouldn't that be flipped? Shouldn't we really talk to them before we make our list? Because then we're behind the deadline. So can the deadline, so we come up with the list and we have that deadline October 15th, and then you meet with the operators and owners and they say, we don't want that. Can it be changed at that point?
Yeah, I mean, I would recommend that you do both before October 15th.
So what's the October 15th deadline?
That is to apply for that 4.5 million, and it's a hard deadline. So you have to say, we're going to do these 4 or these 8 or whatever in that.
I just think that we need to talk to them before we do,
We agree.
why would we create
Yeah.
do this after the deadline?
And y'all need to have a discussion of what are the ones, who do you want to talk to first? The ones that we recommended, all 4 of those have operators that have business plans.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Hardy?
Yes, I kind of agree with Mr. Champagne here. I think everybody that get money from us should come in before us. I really do. Because guess what? We've let loose a lot of money, and there's very few people I've seen come before that mic right there. So everybody has to be held accountable. Let's go back to what's real on the table in my heart, is the fact that whether you can watch it in the council meeting, whether you hear it on the street corner, if you might be downtown drinking a cup of coffee. Those projects and whether meetings was here and meetings was there, now we find it out that it's the fact that the decision of the council to prioritize certain projects. And the decision has not been made.
Right, absolutely.
Right. So you're also asking, you had more projects that you can do something with if you had more money.
Yes,
correct?
for sure.
So we are in the business of providing services for the citizens of Terrebonne Parish. Like me with my kind heart, I don't represent Dulois, but I got a lot of friends and family down there. I think when we had the contingency come from the administration to go down and collect data, I think Mr. Black was down there and Mr. Chris Pulaski. One thing, when you mention START, that's an area where it's difficult to get hospital service because of the bridges.
Yes.
So, you know what I mean, going forward, that's a possibility that we can actually look at and how we can advance. Now, like I said, what's on the table is how this money is to be applied. We're looking at an October 15th deadline. Going back to what I'm saying, I agree with Mr. Champagne. Everybody that's involved, but all the money that Terrebonne Parish, I'm not necessarily saying this to you, even though I'm looking at you, because the
That's all
administration,
right.
the administration
I'm not
sat
taking
down
it
there.
personally.
Administration sitting down there. And I say that to the administration, I'm saying this to everybody that's sitting up here. Because somehow or another, I think people are getting a better understanding of how this works. And then even though it may seem as if there's some people are getting some money in one area, there are other areas that other districts are getting money in a different manner. Okay? I'm gonna say this, and I guess I'm gonna save my life. In reference to Dumas, personally, you know, I actually push for Dumas. I also push for the cooperation between the parish and Rank 11. Now, we're finding problem with people, how we not gonna pay money back? I'm saying now that if you said that you have partners, even those partners may have to come up here, like I've heard before, and present their prime. Because I'm standing on 10 toes down on this. We've let loose a lot of money, and a lot of people haven't come before. So hopefully from this point on, if you get millions of dollars, if you get $900,000, or get whatever amount of money you're getting from the parish, show some respect and come to the mic and present your business plans. present everything that you actually present, so we won't be caught up trying to find out who's gonna show up for this October 15, 2026 deadline. Nothing to do with you. But it's just opportunity. So
I know 3 of those proposed partners, at least, are in the audience tonight.
yeah, okay. And then that's what we want to know, is where are they, what their plans are, how we get in contact with them, and then we can actually look at them, because there are some concerns that individuals may have sticklers for one area, and another individual may have something of interest in another area. So, yeah, I think we should do that. And you've done a great job. It's just that everybody's not going to be satisfied.
Yeah, and there's some big next steps to do. There is also 2 of the owners of the property are here tonight as well. They're outside of the parish ownership, so.
Okay, and if you could work them in, if anyone else wanted to have them worked in, that's where I'm at, you know. I don't know who they are.
But
Thank you.
Councilwoman Chauvin, to your point, when you get to the design and engineering, this is just planning level stuff. The design for the site and the buildings will happen hand in hand with those partners and owners.
Okay.
So all of those little details, this is just what we heard and where we heard it. But for the owners, operators, council, and administration, that has to happen still.
So my question is this, because you touched on it, and I already knew, because I've already met with the Ward 7 board in my area when I had seen a few things, offered my services of creating a business plan so that they would understand, you know, what needs to come and how to be self-sustainable. That is a big deal. It's a
Yes.
huge deal to be self-sustainable. That's what we've been harping on for the projects. So when you spoke to owners, operators in the different facilities, you had already told them that they needed to make business plans? Or is that something that we, as a council in our areas, need to go back and say, hey, look, I'm going to offer again to Ward 7, but there are some other things that they need to be aware of too.
Absolutely.
And I think that the conversation needs to start happening with the owners and operators from administration to them, so that they can really like understand the whole scope of it, of what will have to be opened up, so that we can all make a decision on that. And a lot of it is like let's just say you have the nonprofit, you know, what are you expecting from them? What will they have to provide to government to be able to move forward with that? Those are big asks of
Yes,
some
ma'am.
of these nonprofits.
They are, and if I can answer your question, Ms. Chauvin, the whole point of the presentation tonight is not to make any decisions, but
Right.
to let you know what was found, so then we can start the discussion of what those decisions can be made. Through their feasibility study, they have already knocked out a large portion of what is required for that application for that October 15th deadline. As far as the mapping, the needs, the beneficiaries, what would be there. So a lot of what would be needed for that October 15th deadline has already been done through the study. I do agree that the coordination with the operators and the owners needs to be done. So that way we are presenting an application that is going to be able to meet that national objective, and we are going to be able to move forward. But part of what they did during this feasibility study was have significant conversations with some of these operators and owners, and that's why it's being presented to y'all. We also know we're in a limited funding. So we want to make sure that we're reaching out to the ones that the council feels is the ones that we need to reach out to, because that's the ones we want to move forward to. I would hate to start trying to find operators and owners for a resilient center that we're not even going to have funding to be able to do. So it's all kind of part of that conversation. So tonight was absolutely no decisions to be made. In fact, we were hoping, I think in 2 weeks, that we would come back and kind of ask, okay, do we have a priority, or is there more discussion? And maybe there's some other ways that we can implement this and make this happen. I'm not sure. But just wanted to let you know that all of those things. There's no decisions tonight. I do agree the operators and owners need to, we need to reach back out, make sure they know what's expected. But that I do think that October 15th deadline is not as concerning with this particular application because the state already knows about it and the feasibility study has already done a lot of that background.
So, as you were saying, I just think that some of these questions needs to be asked so that we can be in the know on some of those. And I wasn't
agree.
taking that,
I
you
agree.
weren't saying that, but I know for me, like, in 2 weeks, I have a season that starts. I have a shrimp season that starts. So I have to have already started this process with, with what needs to happen in that. So this would be my question to administration. Is this the only thing that this money can be spent on?
So I'll answer that, Ms. Chauvin. And I'm not going to give you a full answer. I'm going to ask if maybe our representatives from CSRS or Westwood, so our consultants for the DR money, can explain it to you. There is an opportunity for new applications if they would meet the requirements of the DR money and meet that October 15th deadline. But there are a lot of hoops and hurdles. We have already submitted to the state what our recovery plan proposal was, and that was the 32 projects that were in place, 2-3 years ago. There is opportunities to reallocate funding. We have some unallocated funding that needs to be allocated to projects. But I will ask if we can let one of the representatives from CSRS come in and kind of explain those details with you a little bit more. They have more knowledge with OCD of what needs to be done and how and when.
No, absolutely. I just wanted,
And they are here
to
tonight.
ask that question so that I could be in the know on that part of it. But thank you. I appreciate it, Candace.
Yes, ma'am. So I don't know, Mr. Chair, if you want them to come now or later or.
Hi, good evening. I'm Stacy Bonifants with Westwood and CDBG, a special but expert in this, and so definitely want to answer the question. I guess you all asked more about the process, more than just the specifics of these projects. This phase 2 of the community centers is an already approved project under our recovery proposal, as Candace mentioned. So if you decide the 4.5 million, just talking about that level of money that has already been approved in your recovery proposal and approved as a pre-application, we'd have to cancel that. You as a parish would have to ask the state to cancel that project if you decided not to use that money for community centers. So that money is earmarked, sort of set aside for the community centers. They were just waiting for this study to be done to tell you the detail, for you all to tell the state which particular community centers you wanted. So we already pre-asked for approval for community centers. It's just normally you would have, in the normal process, you would have just said, here, I'm doing 2 community centers and put all the details in. But because you all in the early days were not sure exactly where you wanted them, we asked the state to do it in 2 steps. We said, can we do a planning project first, then identify those 2 projects, and then come in and tell you, and we said 2 to 5, like was mentioned earlier. So they already have in their recovery proposal $4.5 million. I guess it's got some activity delivery costs too, but the total budget for community centers. So I'm just saying that exact money, if you decide not to do that project, you have to get approval to cancel it. And if you were to take that money and want to do a different project completely, then you have to start from a new project process. And a new project process is what you did 2.5 years ago for all these other 28 projects, which is public meetings. Then you have to have a council resolution based on those public meetings. If the feedback says that's a good project, then you have to have a council resolution to submit that project application to the state. You have to then develop that entire application, which is scope of work, LMI, national objective, budget analysis, resiliency mitigation analysis, and all of that. And then the parish president has to approve that project, obviously, application before it then gets submitted into the state for approval. And again, we have this October 15th deadline. The state has set a firm deadline to say any new applications, all of your money that is unallocated right now has to be submitted to the state for approval by October 15th. And if it is not, that money will be returned to the state.
Okay, so
That
let
is
me ask
not
you
staying
this.
in your hands.
Is this the only backup plan we had?
Is what
Is
the only
is
backup?
the resiliency centers, is this the only backup plan? Because it sounds like if we take the 4.5 million, then we have to cancel everything and we have to start from scratch with anything else. You said we had 31 to 30 or 32 projects. I'm just asking, is this the only one that we looked at? And maybe Candace has that.
I do have that answer. I think what you're asking is this is not really a backup project. It is one of the approved projects
Okay.
from our recovery plan. It would just be canceling it, reallocating funding to another approved project from our plan.
Okay, just making sure. Thank you.
And I
appreciate
think
it, Candace.
the options or scenarios are presented here is increasing the budget of an existing
Correct.
project, and that is not the same as a new project.
Got it.
And similar to if you had, one of the other pump stations or something, if it's under budget and you wanted to add money to a pump station or something of that specific project, that is a budget modification versus a new application. A new
Absolutely.
application has its own set of rules.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess my first question would be, where did these initial costs generate? Because, I didn't see anyone other than the pavilion that's under $1 million. Okay, so where those numbers come from?
So if you look on the bottom right-hand corner of, I think it's the first page of each one of those, it has a breakdown of all of the cost.
Okay, so that kind of brings me on to, we've got, from today, we got 2 months and 3 days to meet this, October 15th deadline. So we hadn't even done any design and engineering yet.
That's the next phase, yeah.
I understand that, but design and engineering don't happen in 1 or 2 weeks, normally. I'm not sure what we got in
So
this case.
the design and engineering would be part of this 4.5 million phase 2 that we're talking about. So that's where the difference between the 4.5 and the 5.4. So in this, we will use the Wagner and Ball study and their estimated cost in order to submit that application by October 15th. Then we would, based on what's in that application, assign engineers to start the actual design of them. So that comes after the application has actually been approved by the state.
Okay, and I guess that's gonna run me into my next question is, I've been on the council for 10.5 years, and probably less than a handful of government projects have ever come in on or under budget. So what happens if these things come over, but where that money comes from?
So that's a very good question, Mr. Trustclair, and that's why when we work on all of these and try to work on the design, we make sure we have some contingency in them. Unfortunately, if it's, higher, once they come up with an opinion of probable cost, we may have to say, okay, we can't do this because the parish would have to cover any overage.
Okay, so what happens to our submission by October 15th?
We won't know that until after the submission on October 15th is done. So that would be another conversation that we would have with the state. So the application has to be in by October 15th.
So maybe a state lady can ask what would happen to that money.
Yes, sir, maybe she can.
Hi, I'm Susanna Johansson. I'm Program Director for Westwood. So I think just to try and clarify a little bit, this project, Community Resilience Centers, was initially submitted to the state as one project. They requested that we divide it into two. So you have existing budgets that were proposed to the state during your initial application phase. So the construction budget is quote unquote earmarked for the phase two, for the implementation of the plan. If there are any changes to any project past October 15th, let's just say the pump station comes in and all of a sudden, like, concrete prices are through the roof, piping is through the roof, that project cannot be completely funded with the CDBG funds that are already allocated to that project. And the parish doesn't have the balance to make that up. all of those funds still get reallocated, but they're within the existing projects that are already approved. You're going to have some overages and some underages. As projects are completed, perhaps there's some cost savings on some equipment. So you've got $30,000 that's remaining in the Main Street Improvement Program. There was a savings there because the light fixtures came in cheaper. That money will be reallocated to another project. So throughout this whole process, we're going to have budget amendments and budget reallocations. What this October 15th is trying to say is that you have about $1.15 million that is unallocated currently, because there was a little bit of a gap between when the recovery proposal went in and when the project applications went in. So you have a very small amount that is actually technically unallocated right now. So that's where this sort of shell game comes in. But I don't want to get confused between the plan that is being presented tonight and the phase 2, which is the implementation of the plan, because that budget is already earmarked. Does that help anybody?
It does, but, you know, it's great that you referenced, you know, the Main Street project came in 30,000 under. That rarely happens, okay? It's
Sure.
always over where that money comes from. From the DR money, from other projects that you gotta,
So if we get
Or
to
it
that
comes out of the
point
general
where we are going to have to set priorities. So if the pump stations are the number one priority and perhaps an economic development project isn't, then you'll have to address that at the time and saying, we can't move forward with this project because of the construction overages on this project. So far, we've been working on alternates for some of these. We're just starting to get into 30% design drawings on some of these projects. And so we're seeing where we are having to perhaps reduce the scale of a project because we know we have a set amount. We know we can't dip into a wonderful, you know, slush fund of Terrebonne Parish budget excesses. So we are trying to manage that on a daily basis.
okay, but like I said, my biggest concern is the fact that we hadn't even started any design, you know, or engineering, and, you know, generally, that's when you know where your hard dollar's at and where you're coming in at. Thank you.
So for these particular, for just the resilience centers, if we just talk about the budget for that, once you get into design and engineering, you still have to stay within that budget unless y'all get some other funding, right? So we can scale up or scale down each one of those projects. There may be something on the site that you don't do. There may be something, a way that you adjust improvements on the building that you don't do. So that can all come in that next phase. So we also did, as Candace mentioned, we did put contingency in there. So there's a cushion in all of those because this is a planning level. You know, we don't know the exact program as it moves forward.
My turn? Am I on? Yeah. I have a question for the parish president. All right. In our, I think it was June 29th meeting, Mr. Babbitt and I met with you. I know you met with almost everybody individually or in small groups. There were some other projects besides the resilient centers. Now, I know we're talking only about the resilient centers here, but twice I heard reference to a pump station. Is that a different project that's going to come before us later? Or is that off the table? Is it already gone through? Because that weighs heavy on me.
So, as Candace mentioned, 29, 30 projects. For example, when we talk pump station, one of the projects is the Geraldine pump station that we're having CDBGR funding go to. And so, when you look at, as I hear questions and see where we've been working on this for 2.5 years. We took office in July 8th after we inaugurated on the 4th. We had to vote on the Plan 1, Plan 1 versus Plan 2. That's one of the things that changed in 2024, that we had two sets of plans and they ended up combining them, and that happened around that July timeframe. So, you know, when you look at this one and the seafood study, or the two studies that are remaining that are going to allow us to submit applications before that October 15th deadline, the fact that they've been doing this process for a year to get to this point, we're looking at, for example, on some of these projects, we've already hit 30% engineering. You know, and some other projects have other funding involved. That's all stuff we had to disclose.
Let me
during the
interrupt you a
process.
second,
Okay.
Jason. You're not answering my question.
Okay.
Is the South Homer Pump Station still going to be a go?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
And that's just going to be a different discussion from this? Because when we met individually, yeah, it was included in the list.
It was included in the list as a project that can use additional funding.
That needed it, and that $2 million is somewhere, or is it going into here?
So that's something we still have to have a conversation on and decide. You know what I'm saying? So when you look at what the next steps are here.
So if we approve, well, tonight we're not going to approve anything, right? So if we in the future approve 4.5 million, then 2 million for a South Homer pump station is going.
No.
No?
No,
Candace?
there's other funding that we have to
That's
have
other
the
funding?
next conversation on,
Okay.
right?
And there's one other project which I won't get into tonight, but I just want to make sure, you know, this is great. You did a wonderful job explaining this to me. I learned a lot, you know, from you. And I'm all for resilient centers, you know, and for 8 out of 9 districts in Terrebonne Parish, they're gonna benefit. I just want to make sure that all 9 districts are gonna get something.
Absolutely.
And I just wanted to say, if you look at this project and 3 community centers are decided on, and somebody wants to take $1 million of funding and reallocate it to dredging, right? I mean, those are the conversations while we're having the priority.
Well, yeah, but that's not feasible, is it, Jason? Because that would be a new project. Maybe Taylor
I'm
could
talking about one of our
answer that.
existing projects.
Huh?
I'm talking about one of the like dredging is an
That's
existing
already
project.
on an existing
We have
project.
we
So
have
we could take this $4.5 million and dredge,
Yes,
if it's in an approved project?
yes. So we have dredging, the 2 projects are Bayou Du Large and Bayou Grand Caillou. We could take, as we talked about, the 1.5 million, that's, or 1.15 million that's unallocated, could go to a dredging project. I mean, that's where, what we're presenting you guys tonight, it's the mechanism that we get you all the information, have the conversations about what's priorities, and then what other funding might be available, where else do we put that funding? That's what we got to do next, and do that before the October 15th deadline.
In 5 meetings.
And whatever amount of meetings we need to
That would
have.
be a first.
If I may, maybe, and Jason, maybe you can answer this for me. Based on the letter that I read that you received on the 15th of July, we have, like you guys shared, 29, 30 projects on there, right? And all those projects have been approved, funding's approved. It's just a matter of us pulling the trigger on those projects to start them off. Why is it that the last 2, which one is the resiliency centers and phase 2 of the resiliency centers and support the seafood industry, is the last 2 that, from what I'm hearing, we have to make a decision on? None of the others were we made that decision on any of those. Now, when we don't want to play on words. Excuse me, Mr. Babin, you good?
Sure we did.
You like a light?
Sorry?
You'd like a light?
I'm gonna put my light on. Don't
Thank
worry.
you. Well, while I'm speaking,
Right now,
when,
the light's up there.
when I'm speaking, then you just hold up, okay? Thank you very much. But anyway, Mr. Babin, let me explain something to you, sir. Please give me a little grace, being in this seat for the first time. You've never been here, so you don't understand, I'm sure. So, but with that being said, the last time that we don't have, we have the opportunity to make the decision here, but it's kind of hard. How are we going to make that decision? Who's going to make it? Young lady, when she came up a minute ago, she said that parish president will have to approve some things. Maybe I misunderstood that, but are we to get together and sort of work through how we're going to figure out what we want to do? Because it seems like some of us are kind of, we got to figure out what we want to do if we have to bring something back.
Yeah, so, you know, and when we had this meeting before, right, there was a whole conversation about whether that broke open meetings laws, and we wasn't asking anybody to make decisions. We were saying, here's data, right? And I feel like we've done that. If Clyde wants to meet on projects and issues, we meet on project and issues, and he gives us what his things are, and we go work on them. So when you look at the fact that both of the seafood study and the resilience projects were, I think if not, the seafood was one, maybe two. It got broken into three. The resilience says got broken into two. OCD said you need to do a study. In fact, one of them is phase 2. This one's phase 2 because they said, which is the state did this. They said you're going to do phase 2 before you do phase 1. So they told us you have to do a study. You need to present the study. It's taken, you could see, a year just on this project to get to that point. And so when you look at I know we've had public meetings recently on the seafood study. That's all stuff that we had to follow OCD's rules on. We're getting these studies together. Decisions have to be made as it relates to this project, and then the other stuff. So as I understand the opportunity, and Michelle could correct me on this, but you know, it could be that we have meetings where let us get your questions. Let us get the things that you want to know, and then come back to a meeting in the council and present those answers, right? So working within whatever open meetings laws, we need to make sure we meet, and at the same time giving you guys information so you make informed decisions is really what we're about and wanting to do. So I hope I answered your question, but that's why the studies were put in place, because the state said so.
Yeah, I mean, and the only question that I had, it wasn't a direct answer, but I get it. I just asked the last 2 of the 30. Now we're pressed to make a decision on an October deadline. That's the only question that I had. But
And I'll ask the consultant if they saw another way. But if you look at, like, we have the wastewater plan, we have the stormwater plan. Those are basically studies that won't have any funding to execute anything, but then some funding was able to be put towards Village East to do the wastewater work there. Most of the reason why that was done is because it met the LMI. So these things have adjusted through working with OCD that, again, started out as 20, ended up being 23 because a couple got broke out into phases. So maybe the consultant could explain a little bit better about the process, the studies, and how we ended up here right before the deadline with this date. If y'all could share, please, maybe?
Mr. Champagne, go ahead.
Yeah, so this kind of leads into what you're asking. So is there any possible way that you could give all this information to the council of which decisions need to be made, which money is left out there that we could have to meet on? We have 2.5 months to meet, and then we're gonna have to come up with a plan to meet outside of this, not break open meetings laws, but if you could give us the information that we need to make these decisions. Because even like in this project, if we do decide to do resiliency, we're gonna have to rate each. Do we need a parking lot here? Is parking lot number 5 or number 1? Because that's gonna cost a certain amount of money, and if we run out of money, we don't need that one, right? I mean, that's to the granular level of decisions we have to make in 2.5 months. And we can't meet, we have limitations of us being able to get together to meet, unless we hash this out in front of, the council every meeting that we have until then. Is there any way we could get that information?
So, Mr. Champagne, for the legal aspect of it, the administration can push out information to the council. If you call admin and say, I want this information, admin can push information out to you if they have the answer to your question. It's the discussion and the thoughts and processes of the council that needs to be on display for the public,
right,
so that the public can participate, right? So you can get information all day, any day, but whenever you are acting as a council and making decisions and discussing things and working things out, those things have to be in public. But I think what you have in front of you, and Mr. Harding, and you brought up a good point, Mr. Champagne, if you wanted to meet with the people who are targeted to run these resiliency centers, we need to make sure that they're in front of you and put on the agenda for a discussion so that you can talk and ask questions. And if we I think Ms. Candace said that we already have their plans, their budgets, and their business plans. If you don't have those yet, those need to be pushed out to you so you can look at them, because that's all information that you can have available to you so that you can look through that. But that's kind of what you're looking at on the legal aspect of it. If you need to, I hate to tell you to schedule, maybe put some committees together or schedule some executive sessions. Those all, not executive sessions, special sessions. Please don't quote me on executive sessions. That's a possibility as well. I know that you all just voted actually to reduce the amount of meetings you're gonna have to go to in October, but any other legal questions that you have about the process?
So can someone from the consultants answer the question about which monies are out there that still need to make decisions on?
So before we have Taylor give you an answer, I just want to follow up a little bit with what Michelle said. So the purpose of tonight was to present the information to the public because the funding had been used to do this study. The intent was to have all of this information, have the discussions, and the decisions to be made later after you had the information you needed to make decisions. So we do have, and I'll let Taylor follow up on this, we do have that unallocated funding. That part of that October 15th deadline is required for us to allocate it, a decision that would be a resolution by the council of supporting where that funding would be reallocated to. So if we don't do anything else and all the other stuff stays the same, we still have to get from you guys where we put that 1.15. But I'll let Taylor answer
And
part
we want to
of your
know,
questions.
I guess, I know I want to know what's the options of spending that money? Does it have to be resiliency, or where can it
No,
go?
and that's what we would tell you, the administration, and I think we have, addressed this, is we would give information as to where we see fit that would benefit from additional funding, as well as what the consultants think projects would benefit from additional funding. And then we can go from there, but it can be allocated to any approved project. Right. But I'll let Taylor answer further.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Candace. Taylor Grabwell with Westwood. And Councilman Champagne, I think your question is what decisions the council has to make on what money is left. So Candace referenced the 1.1. When we programmed and budgeted the entire program dollars of 117, this is normal process to have projects that need to be adjusted as you move along. So we were carrying sort of that contingency, if you will. Mm-hmm. So that needs to be allocated by the October 15th deadline. The simplest thing to do is to take that, and to Candace's point, put it in projects that have already been approved on the list. And you may want to say, well, you know what, we want to spend a little bit more money downtown or on this project, on that project. You can do that, and that needs to be done. I think the second thing you asked about is what decisions you got to make on these projects. So you really have, I think, two ways the council has left to make some decisions. These community centers, which one out of the 5 you want to do, and then there's the phase 3 of the seafood project, which has to do with the safe harbors. There's 2 priority locations for the safe harbors, and that also needs decisions. So here we are today, 63 days before the deadline, and those are the decisions remaining for the council.
But it's also, we could also, instead of deciding to do 1, we might decide to do 2, but not fully fund the 2, right? I mean, so it could be divvied up a number of ways, and that's, right. And you have 9 different opinions, yeah. And where the money should go, and that takes time. That's what my concern is.
Right. So if you don't want to spend the entire 4.5 on the resiliency centers, and you say I want to spend 2 here, we're leaving 2.5, you could reallocate that to pre-approved projects on the list because you really don't have enough time to approve or apply for a brand new project, right. If that makes sense. Now,
I get that, but
and I think another important point too, I think Steve was mentioning this earlier, how do you manage it once you get into the design and construction? Because we all know everybody's worked on a construction project in their life, you never come in exactly on budget. So how you manage that in the engineering process is when you get to 100% engineering, you know what the engineering estimate is. You can adjust the scope, and what you can also do is design it with 3 alternates. And in public bid law, you can take no alternates, or you can take 3 alternates, and you set up the alternates to where if you take all 3, you max out the allocated funding. If it comes in over budget, then you can pull back some of the alternates. On top of that strategy, we also are carrying a contingency with every single project in the program. So there are some different layers to manage this and help manage the budget to where the parish doesn't have to come out of pocket on any of these projects.
You can open those fake news and
So I guess,
I think the last question was a timeline on the study on the resiliency center. So I think early in the presentation, there was a slide that showed 38 community meetings, meeting with the different rec districts and everything else. That went on, I think they started their work in October of 25. And in order to get them on board, we had to properly procure them to meet the grant requirements. It took a while to onboard the consultant. The biggest thing was gathering the data and proving to OCD that we did the necessary community engagement to cross that next gate, right? Because you got to get the application approved, and you got to prove that you've actually identified the needs areas by doing all the community meetings, and that just takes time. 38 meetings in whatever it was, 8 or 10 months. Then you do the plan and then the cost assessment. So here we are today. I mean, could we have done it faster? Maybe, but we are where we are here tonight. So.
well, I'm just wondering, do we want to create subcommittees? Do we want to create something to try to tackle that deadline of October 15th?
That can be discussed further.
You gonna give it back to me? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I might be oversimplifying this, that all we have to do as a council is say yes or no, we like the idea of the resilience centers. How much of this after we approve our resilience centers, and it won't be tonight anyway, goes back is administrative work, and Curly, Larry, and Mo Jr. here take over.
So I mean that is a good question, and I think the general answer is, yeah, you got to decide, do you want to do this, and then the administrative of what centers get funded. Yeah, I mean that's sort of administrative. Now, I mean you guys have all the say on that. So
We
yeah,
say yes or no, and then they take over, right?
When you say they, who are you referring to? Us?
Huh?
We don't make the decision.
No,
on what
not
city-
you. You're not
Okay.
one of the 4.
Okay.
You're not Curly, Larry, nor Mo. Might be Shemp. No. We approve. I'm just trying to get the process in my mind straight. Yeah, as the council, we approve the projects and the funding. Which is going to come from CDBGDR. But then staff, the parish president and his staff takes over and makes everything happen, right?
So I think the reason for the study is to show the needs and show where the needs are.
Yeah.
Because we want it to be collaborative. We don't want it to be one person making the decision,
Mm-hmm.
allocating money where you have no need. So that was the whole reason for this.
Right.
To present it to the council, show you where the needs are, so informed decisions can be made about which are the best centers that can be built that have the biggest impact on the communities that need them. So,
But after we make that decision,
hey, the process moves forward. Once
the process moves
Yeah,
forward,
absolutely.
it's back in their hands.
And yeah, and then from that point, it's a lot of administrative behind the scenes type of stuff, back office type stuff, getting the architects on board, everything else.
Right. Okay.
So
Which will all be brought forward for approval and then they go back to it.
sure, and that would be a very, very collaborative process.
Yeah, thank you for indulging me there for a second. Yeah, I spoke out of turn, and Brian was kind enough to let me speak. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yes, and to really kind of follow up in reference to the home rule charter, you know what I mean? I think it was said that Mr. Bergeron makes the decision, but ultimately, you know what I mean, the decision will actually come back to us, and that's just actually under the circumstances of a home rule charter and a 2/3 vote, you know what I mean? Because eventually it has to come back over here. But the projects, and like Mr. Champagne has stated is the fact that there's 9 different opinions up here. I'm pretty sure that all of us would like to have something in their communities and something to tell their constituents that they're actually representing them. But then I, as a councilman up here, I'm looking at Terrebonne Parish as a whole. Mr. Hamner is a good friend of mine. It's not much in the low to moderate category that would fit the
Don't get a dime, y'all.
Yeah. It's not much in the low to moderate income area that would fit in his particular district. So based upon the report that was given, my suggestion to my colleagues is that myself, I'm going off the report in reference to what qualifies these projects. And I think we may look for the money that we have actually spent to be well spent and look to have a recommendation from the people that did the report, such as 72% cost of this and cost of that. When we start expanding beyond what are what should be prioritized, there oftentimes I've been up here and my vote is only 1 vote or 2 votes, and everything is going the other way. Therefore, to not politicize it, to follow the recommendation of the people that's giving the report. And with that recommendation that they're actually giving, they're giving us a report. I know we've actually talked a long time here, you know what I mean? And Mr. Hamlin did say, you know what I mean, we accept this report and let it go forward. Administration presents it back to us. Mr. Champagne, I think somehow or another we have to burn the midnight hour, extend our time to make ourselves good stewards. Because we are talking about a lot of money. We talk about how the money is to be spent. And we're learning more about these projects. We can have other monies actually located somewhere else and transfer it over. Which brings me to this question right here, to clarify some things. And whoever can answer it, hope they answer it. These projects that was presented tonight, has there ever been any thoughts of where to get money to expand these projects from the original 5, where we can get the other money for it from to expand these? Or is there money from other projects that we spend money on before that's available?
Mr. Harding, I can answer that. There is no, we would have to take the unallocated funding and or allocate funding from other projects to go to this, to go beyond that 4.5 million. And the purpose of having, you know, this whole big list is we don't have CDBG DR money, but there may be a grant that comes up in the future, or there may be, you know, a BRIC application or a HMGP application. So this will already have a lot of the background already done for those applications for some possible future grants. So the only way that we have money currently right now to add to the Resilience Center would be to allocate the unallocated funding
1.1.
or 1.1, or, you know, from another project that we would make a decision to not move forward with.
Okay, and that's, yeah, it's difficult to sit here and try to take my brain to put it out there, not only just for me, myself, and those people out there, because, you know, man, we got to get this meeting over. We got another item coming up, and I'm pretty sure there's gonna be some conversation about that. And some of the conversation that's in this particular subject, it's gonna matter. It's gonna matter in this next item. Thank you.
Candace, I'm gonna make a request that, for the projects, can you send the list of projects? Cause I was looking in my email and it, like, I'm kinda lost in it, looking for it, and the allocated monies per each. I think that would bring us to a better understanding of where we've been and where we're going. And send it out to all of us. I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Yeah, about an hour ago, we said that monies could come from other areas. Operators could go out and look for other grants. We said that an hour ago, okay? Jason, if we build in a pump station, do you get all the revenue from one source normally? Or do you go out to 4 or 5 sources trying to find revenue?
Yeah, it could be any number of sources.
I mean, it's not, this is not rocket science, okay? They build a contingency in, and I agree with Steve. I've never seen a project to go under, but they always have a tendency to go over. But if they've already taken that into consideration and built in a contingency, they already said an hour ago, and I'll say it again, that you can go out and get more money. It doesn't have to just be from this $117 million of CDBG-DR money. It can be from any other grant that's out there to enhance it. But if a project is going to be $3 million and they can only come up with 2.5, then we cut back and you bill at 2.5, and then you try to find money to complete the next phase of it. That's not. I don't think that's anything that's out of the scope of our normal operations in government. This just happens to be money that's coming into us. We were approved for 31 projects that we put. And if we can only fund 25, that means the ones on the end that you can move that money from there. That's not our goal to do that. We want to fund as many as possible. But there is that pot of money out there that still can be moved around. So again, I think we've had a lot of good discussion, a lot of good questions, but it's something that we got information on tonight. No decision has to be made tonight. I think all of us are much more educated about it now, and in 2 weeks, we need to move forward. We need to do what's the greater good here. Thank you.
John?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So quickly, to defend contractors, there are projects that come in under. I just recently gave money back to another parish that I did a pump station in, so yeah, it does happen. Contractors don't like it to happen because we like to collect every penny. All right, going back to Mr. Chairman asked a question a while ago that I don't think we really got the answer. We're talking about 2 projects are left that we have to go through this process, but on all the others, did we, I mean, there are a bunch of them that we voted on. Have we voted on all the others? Because I know a bunch of them over the past year have come through on us.
Y'all collectively voted on them as a whole collective. So yes, they were all previously approved, so.
But what I'm saying is we've already voted on individual projects.
Yes, you took them as a slate.
So we did, just to follow up, Susanna, so we did our recovery proposal that had them all listed with the allocated funding, and that was done as resolutions. What's a little bit different about this Resilience Center study is we voted for the study, we have this money, it's now, hey, this is what the consultants have found, this is the feasibility study, and we need to know where we want to go with it. It's not one pump station being built in South Homa,
Right.
or Bayou Lafourche, not Bayou Lafourche, whatever we're talking about. It's too late, I'm tired. Maybe I am Mo Jr. So that's why this one is a little bit different, because it's
Oh.
different locations. It's
And
not
that's what I'm
just
saying,
one
because I
project.
can give you an example. We bought the Shamrock Building.
Yes, sir.
That was listed in here. So
Yes, sir.
we have voted
Yes, sir.
on a bunch of them already. It's just because of the extent of this study and that seafood one, I guess, we haven't completed.
We'll have that one to y'all
process.
shortly, too.
That's why we have 2 left.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So it's all about getting the approval, sorry, Susanna, about the approval from the council. And again, are we adding additional funding or are we not, based on the study that was presented to go into that October 15th? So it's just a little bit different project. All of them have been voted on. We have the ones that have been approved. We've done budget amendments on. We've done any subrecipient agreements that we have ready and prepared. We've come to the council for approval for those signatures, all of those things.
You wanted to add?
These are the only 2 that have a phase 1 and a phase 2. So there was plans and then implementation, because the state asked us to divide them that way.
All right. So, Mr. Chair, That's how I heard part of your question. Was that correct? About, didn't we already vote on some of them? Yeah. All right, so because I was looking for the same answer, so thank you, Mr. Chair, I'm done.
All right. Yes. No further lights? No further discussion? Motion to go to 6:30 public hearings by Mr. Amity, second by Mr. Voisin. Seeing no lights, members vote your machines. (6:30) public hearings relative to A, an ordinance to amend the 2026 adopted operating budget of Terrebonne Parish Consolidated Government for the following items. Start cooperation, $74,390. First call public. Second call public. Third and final call public. Motion to close, Mr. Amity. Second, Mr. Carl Harding. Seeing no lights, members vote your machines. Votes 9-0. Motion to adopt, Mr. Amity. Second, Mr. Harding. Seeing no lights, members vote your machines. Votes 9-0. Ordinance is adopted. An ordinance to amend the 2026 adopted operating budget and 2026 budgeted positions of the Terrebonne Parish Consolidated Government for the following items. Centralized purchasing, $42,428. That's a minus. First call public. Second call public. Third and final call public. Motion to close, Mr. Amity. Second, Mr. Harding. Seeing the lights, members vote your machines. Motion to adopt, and that's a plus $42,428. I'm sorry? Savings. Credit. We're good, right? Motion to adopt, Mr. Amity. Second, Mr. Harding. Seeing no lights, members vote your machines. Votes 9-0. Ordinance is adopted. Item C, an ordinance amending the Code of Ordinances to establish a 15-mile-per-hour speed limit zone along the entirety of Berg Drive. First call public. Second call public. Third and final call public. Motion to close, Mr. Trosclair. Second, Mr. Voisin. Seeing no lights, members vote your machines. Votes 9-0. Motion to adopt, Mr. Trosclair. Second, Mr. Voisin. Seeing no lights, members vote your machines. Votes 9-0. Ordinance is adopted. Motion by Mr. John Amity, go back in regular order. Second by Mr. Harding. Members, please vote your machines. Votes 9-0. Back in regular order. Item C, presentation of Item D. Yeah, right. Won't do that again. Let's do it again. Do it backwards this time. All right. Item D, discussion and possible action on path forward for FORAM, Finding Our Roots African American Museum. I have a couple speaker cards on that item as well. First one is Mr. Tanner McGee.
Hey, good evening, members. I know it's been a long time that y'all have been here. I really respect how long it takes to sit and do these meetings. I appreciate y'all time and y'all patience, and I have a ton of respect for what y'all do. But at the same time that I said that, I've been around this stuff a long time, long enough to know when I think the fix is in. It's pretty clear that $4.5 million figure dovetails perfectly with the $4.5 million that was allocated to the Finding Our Roots Museum. So it's pretty clear where that money is going to come from for phase 2 and the moving around of projects. So I'm just going to address that elephant in the room, that's where that money is coming from, right? And it makes sense, but let's be honest with each other. I came here one time, this is when I was elected and I was in the state. We were moving the Pointe-au-Chien Indian tribe from or the Ile de Jean Charles tribe from the island to where they now exist in Shreveport, right? And a lot of people had some concerns about that project. And we came here to a meeting just like this, and the room was packed, all kind of people in here, and everybody had an opinion. Some really fancy consultants, and like I love Westwood, I love Taylor. But they were just like that. They weren't him, and they promised them. I'll never forget it. A guy said, "I shrimp for a living. I'm by my boat. Why should I move here?" And the response he got was, "We are going to build you," this is what the consultant said, "for the money we have allocated, a fishing pond, and we're going to build you a marketplace. And you can go throw your rod and reel, pull out a fish, and you can go sell it at that marketplace right there in Shreveport." And that guy looked at her and said, "That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my entire life." And the whole meeting erupted in laughter because we all knew that this was a stupid plan that was never going to happen, right? And I ask you now, is there a fishing pond? Is there a marketplace in Shreveport? There is not. And there's like a $28 million project. So you have $4.5 million that's allegedly going to build 5 community resilience centers, we're calling them, right? It takes $400,000 to build the lights in the Bayou Sportsplex, the 4 lights. 4 lights. It cost, Chris Pulaski can probably fact check me a little bit on this, it was $1.2 million to do the Rotary Plaza. There's not even a covering over that, guys, it's bricks. One comment on Facebook said, "I could do my back patio for $100,000, right? But it took $1.2 million when you contracted it out, designed, engineered it. I know because I'm the one who got the funding from the state for $1 million to do that project. My point being is, if Westwood and their crew can build all those projects for $4.5 million, I think we just need to turn all the projects in this parish over to them tomorrow and just give them like $100 million a year and say, go. Because that would be the greatest efficiency I've ever seen because it includes design and engineering. Let me tell you what the short version is. Y'all aren't getting 5 projects. You may get 1. At best, you're going to get 2. So when you make this decision, I'm sorry, Mr. Hamner, I disagree. 8 districts are not getting something out of that money. They may get a pretty plan at the end of the day, but they're not getting what you are being told you are getting. And where we're going to find ourselves when this is all over with is all the concerns that have been levied at the HTV project exist now in those 5 resiliency centers, and you got to resolve all of those. Now, it's taking 2 years to do this one, right? You got to reserve all of those by October 15th. And what do I mean by that? You don't even have subservient agreements contemplated allegedly right now. The whole problem with the HTV project is the subservient agreement. And you got to do 5 of them. Couldn't do 1 in 2 years, but we're going to do 5 by October 15th. Who are they? We've turned in business plans. One of the things y'all complained about was that Finding Our Roots did not turn in a satisfactory business plan. I have no idea if the 5 y'all have are satisfactory or not. I don't know. Could be. Could have 5 great ones, right? But what happens if we don't find out we only have 3 good ones by October 15th? 2 good ones. 1 good one. What happens? We lose the projects? We lose the money? Because I think by October 15th is a hard deadline that all your chips have to be in a row to make that happen. Other concerns. Mr. False is making money off of the project. It's a private enterprise. He's selling blah, blah, blah. I heard all of it, right? He was giving you or getting a building for it. Parish owned. We becomes a public, we can sell it after 5 years, we've just learned, we make profit off of it. Under the new agreement, we know at least 2 are gonna be privately owned. Money straight to benefit private organizations, not public organizations. And yet y'all don't care about that. We were all upset that a private businessman was going to make money selling a thing, even though it gave you an asset. Now we don't care. You don't get that back. You give a private business or a private enterprise, a private whatever, $1 million. That's just for their benefit after 5 years. Nobody can claw it back. And y'all want to have all that done by October 15th. There's no way that is going to happen. I'm just saying that right now. If it does, I will be the happiest person in Terrebonne Parish that it happened. I really mean that because I love some of the projects. I started my political career at Ward 7. Started it. I walked the tables during bingo nights. For Hurricane Ida, I spent every day over there with no air conditioning, working in that facility. That is the heart of, I got blasted. I can read y'all an ugly Facebook message because I brought fried chicken, private donor, to Ward 7 to give out fried chicken to people like the week after. And I got a message from a neighbor telling me that I was dividing the parish because I didn't provide it to my downtown neighborhood. And when I responded that we didn't need as much as they did. So I want Ward 7 to flourish. I love the people down there. Nothing would make me happier that this happens. But you're telling me you're building a kitchen? For what? A bathroom costs $400,000 by today's standards for a public when you have to make all the public things it has to make. I like somebody tell me how you build a bathroom and a kitchen for $800,000 in this day and age. It's just not in the cards. But be that as it may, I'm going to close with this. I'm going to pivot a little bit. And what I'm going to close with is something very simple. Some of y'all know my dad, my stepfather, Danny Smith. He was a great advisor to me growing up. He told me a lot of good things. My first homecoming dance, he told me, son, you dance with the girl you brought to the dance. You dance with the girl you brought to the dance. There may be prettier girls, maybe nicer girls, maybe this, blah, blah, blah. That girl decided to go with you to the dance. We are here. We have been in a partnership for 2 years. 2 years. All Mr. False has done is work with you. Honestly. Complaints, allegations, all of them proved to be false. There's never been one credible thing. He lowered his price, changed buildings, renovated buildings. He's absorbed the tax dollars that he's had to pay on these buildings. He's turned down other opportunities to try and make this project work. A project that 6 years ago was decided in this process we all laid out as being one of the top projects to do. Through that process. And now, 6 years later, we are drumming up questions that have been answered, questions that have been fixed, only to take the money and move it around to 5 alleged projects and possibly a pump station, which, look, again, if that happens, you're not getting the 5, you're getting a pump station, right? Which that's fine. But you're doing all this blindly. When you've had people who have been part of this process, who have been nothing but fair to you. Let me reverse this question a little bit. What if it was Ward 7? What if it was Ward 7 6 years ago who started this process, and then when y'all started asking questions and somebody on Facebook got upset about something and said that the chicken that they were ordering was not what was off on the orders and blah, 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 and there was corruption, and even though it was all BS, when you dug down to it, 6 years later, they stuck with you. They revamped everything. They changed on a dime. They did everything they could do to be a partner with you to fulfill a mission that was described by the public process 6 years before. Would you be casting them aside at the last minute? I don't think you would. I really don't. I just think, I know where this is going to go. I saw the plans. They're beautiful. I see how it is. I'm not stupid. I know there's been meetings. I've been around this process long enough. I know my words are probably wasted for no one. I do get that. I just think it's a crying shame that we're going to leave the girl at the dance for someone we think is prettier, and we don't even know if she's going to dance with us. We don't know it. And we don't even know if she can dance. We don't. We know nothing. And we have, for the first time in this entire process, a hard deadline of October 15th. And the only thing we have assurances of between now and an October 15th is we're going to have conversations. What if those conversations are not fruitful? What if you find out that these business plans stink? What if you find out if one of these private owners of one of these institutions, I don't even know who they are, has some funny money in their books? And I'm not saying they do because I don't know. I'm just saying we're doing all of this in a compacted time frame when we've been doing something else for 2 years. And we risk losing the full 4.5. Because if something doesn't go right, that money's gone. I have you answer any questions you have. I don't think we could have any at this point because we've answered them ad nauseum. And I would like to clarify that everything that Westwood said today about the process is stuff I've said for 6 meetings ago. About subservient agreements, about how that can be changed. All those things have been discussed. Happy to answer any questions y'all may have.
Mr. Voisin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming. My question would be in reference to finding our roots if at some point that project completely died. Money's got transferred somewhere else. You representing Mr. Falls, correct?
Correct.
So in your professional opinion, what would you say, knowing everything that's transpired to this point in reference to this concerning Mr. Falls, what would you perceive possibly happening if that happened? And with that perception, with some things that have occurred that maybe could be detrimental to the parish financially in the future?
Look, all I can tell you, Mr. Voisin, is that Mr. Falls has actually spent dollars here based off of the representations that were made to him by the parish, spanning 2 different administrations, right? It wasn't just one, it was 2. It was this council. He has signed agreements with y'all, notice to proceeds. It's actually an approved project. I think of June of 25, he received a letter that this was moving forward, that had been approved by the state. He's going through 4 appraisal processes, 4, on 2 different buildings, and accepted every single one of the appraisals pretty much has been offered to him. He has paid taxes on these things. He's renovated things. I mean, he has money out. I mean, that's all I can tell you. I think it's a shame that we would do this to one of our citizens at this point.
Understood. I was just curious if you know, if at some point these dollars got moved and finding our roots was a thing of the past, if we would have any negative effects as a parish from that.
Well, I mean, look, I think we also have negative effect of the parish will never have the opportunity to have a downtown building in the corner of Barrow and Main Street, for one, which I think is a pretty prime location where it's located. I think, you know, man, I hate to be so frank with y'all. One of the projects is a pavilion. That's 4 posts and a roof, right? We have those all over the parish. I'm not saying it's not worthy. I would love for everybody. We have those in parks. We don't have cultural museums, not even meaningful steps. We lost one in Ida. We're trying to bring one back. So that's what we're talking about here. But I mean, look, I guess people can claim they put it in their district, right? I got the 4 posts and the roof in my district. That's great. I think we lose a lot as a parish. And I mean, also the commitment of, I don't want to say it's like we can get into the details of it, but who wants to do business with the parish if you know that you have a representation, you agree to, you have a meeting of the minds per se, and, you know, 3 years down the line, you get I wouldn't want to. I would never go down the process. I couldn't recommend another client to you, Mr. Voisin, to enter into some sort of agreement with the parish after what has transpired for the last 2 years of HTV. To be honest, if any of them called me, I would say don't do it.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Ms. Chauvin?
Candace, on the application, well, when we're looking at the application, do we have to have the subrecipient agreements in by that time? What's
No, ma'am. So we do in all of, and this has been the same way in all of the applications and all of the projects that we have done up to this time. We identify who we plan to work with as a subrecipient in those applications, and once it's approved, we go through the process of getting that subrecipient agreement designed and planned and put together and approved.
Okay, that's the question that I had. I just wanted to kind of clarify that we had more time on that part, and I get, having to work through all of this and look at this.
But Ms. Chauvin, I would tell you that if you don't get that subservient agreement in the next 6 months, they're taking your money and they're moving to one of these other projects. It's a small pie. So you have $4.5 million and you have 5 projects. That's less than $1 million per project. If you don't get your stuff in order, they're taking your money and they're giving it to Pledger. I'm just making that up. I don't know what the projects are and whose district they're in.
Oh, they're not taking my money to give it to nobody.
If your subservient agreement is not there, they'll have no choice to. They're going to have to move forward at some point.
Okay.
I don't have any projects, so we don't have to worry about that.
Yeah. Look, it's our responsibility to be good stewards of taxpayer money. I don't see this as free money. I've never seen this as free money. Matter of fact, I've corrected people that keep telling me it's free money. I know the taxes I pay federally on the state part and sales tax. Ain't nothing free. So I take it super serious. This is not just about Ward 7, because I've met with that board and plan to do so again, looking at what's here. I have questions for Jason and him. I have a lot of questions on all of this, but I take this super serious about this. I do not see this as free money, nor have ever done that. So that I just want to get that clarification.
But the reality
I'm
is,
asking Candace a lot of different questions on here because I've noticed that things have changed, and then I wanted some answers to some things. And Candace can tell you, I just shot her an email with a ton of questions, and she's trying to answer me so that I can make good decisions. This is not, listen to me, I will say it again, it is not about Ward 7, because if you ask that board, I peppered them with a whole bunch of questions for about an hour and a half, and we went over a lot of different things when I learned of things that they were looking at. And I'm sure some of my other colleagues have done some of the same things when they're looking at things in the district. This isn't, for me, a personal thing on that part. I'm looking to do the right thing.
absolutely.
So
And look,
that's
let
for
me answer your questions though. When I say it's free money, it is, because while we do pay a lot of federal taxes, I do the same as well. The likely scenario is, if we're being honest and we're being real with everybody, is those federal tax dollars that are being spent at the Ward 7 are being spent here, coming from New York State. Louisiana receives more money from the federal government than it provides to the federal government. That's just a fact. So if we don't use these monies, those tax dollars are going to another state. That's the point. It's so we can be great stewards, but you're not putting it back in my pocket as a taxpayer. I wish you were. If there was an option that this $4.5 million can go back in my pocket that came from, but it's not. It's going to go to another state. Or it's going to just hang out to eat for somewhere else. And then to your point, I'd only bring up Ward 7 because you asked the questions about it in the first presentation to Westwood about the kitchen and whether those monies would be available for that design build out. So, and also I'll bring it up because I think Ward 7 is extremely deserving of being a resiliency center. And I think it's a worthy project, and I would love nothing more than us to find a way to fund that appropriately. But there's a political reality here and there's an economic reality here that $4.5 million does not go that far. And I don't need a cost economist from Westwood to tell me otherwise. I've been around the block long enough to know that I got $2 million for the Bayou Sportsplex to build fields, and we got 4 lights and grass. I mean, the concession stand over there is probably $2 million or more to build, and there's nothing to it at all, really. I'm just saying we have to come to terms with the reality of the situation is that of this $4.5 million, maybe 2 of y'all projects that y'all have seen will be actually funded. And I think that's a fair statement. I don't think that's any sort of BS. I think that's just reality.
You good, Mr. Chauvin? Mr. Harding?
I think everyone has recognized the elephant in the room, but then I'm here to tell you there's a pink hippopotamus. And the thing is, the question would be, because I'm on record talking about low to moderate income, even in the last administration. I'm on record for speaking on behalf of the two minority districts, District 1 and District 2, which has the largest percentage in the concentration of low to moderate income people. I support the people that's on the coast. I do not agree with anyone in Terrebonne Parish, number one, that will promote anything that's unfair. This particular project, there's some pluses and minuses to it in every aspect. We voted upon this and we voted to move on under the assumption that the first location was not suitable, and it was supposedly an agreement upon the second location, which that second location has a particular address in that July 31st deadline. So it brings me to a point when I was thinking and hearing about the resiliency centers. Money was talked about before that July 31st deadline. So these projects, I'm under the assumption as a councilman going to these little podcasts or whatever you want to call them, I'm going there, I'm thinking that there's other money other than finding our roots. Finding our roots money, which is not technically free money, but it's money that is allocated out of $117 million that we have applied for, and there's some circumstances to go along with it. So in no way that I thought the resiliency centers would actually receive any money if finding our roots somehow or another reach a demise tonight. Therefore, I am sitting here under the assumption that we somehow or another are trying to manage how to go forward and perhaps look at what is considered to be me that a lot of other business plans that I have not seen. I don't know what's acceptable, because that was stated in that, I think, that letter in June 24th, I think it was, of this year, that acceptable. Well, what is acceptable? What is an acceptable business plan? Why is it that it has to be a deadline to it when the understanding is we haven't went through the full process? And needless to say, and I'm being very honest about that, when I tried to talk to finding our roots, I reached a dead end. I'm supporting finding our roots, but I can agree on certain circumstances that finding our roots is in the position, whereas I wouldn't want no one to use my name to go get $4.5 million and I get the short end of the stick. That's the position of Finding Our Roots Museum. That's the position is here. And then when the 70, I think, whatever that second location is, the 2.5, whether we were supposed to make an agreement with that 2.5, have an understanding of the 2.5, when those 4 or 5 things that Finding Our Roots was supposed to have was not, I don't even know exactly whether it sufficed. So to say all of that to say this, I don't think the Resiliency Center and the amount of money that is actually to be used, whether they build 1 Resiliency Center or 2, that money is separate from Finding Our Roots Museum. Now, somehow or another, that $4.5 million end up being used for resiliency centers, that's the pink hippo. if that is to be proven down the line. But as it stands right now, it says discussion and possible action on path forward with, not against, with Finding Our Roots Museum. Now, I say this, and I may say something later on. If there is an opportunity going forward with Finding Our Roots Museum, and this is something I actually have within my own heart, because there are some questions in the hearsays, and no one wants to come all the way to the mic, and they'll say a lot of things under their breath, and they mumble jumble about a lot of things. If you wanted to be silent and speak of perhaps someone having an advisory board, my recommendation, if someone, I know because I heard that it was going to be a motion tonight. It's going to be a motion, trust me. But I recommend, because it's Finding Our Roots Museum, that would have a representative from District 1, a representative from District 2, a representative from the NAACP, a representative from the Chamber of Commerce, and a representative appointed by the parish president of Terrebonne Parish to serve as the advisory board going forward. Now, that's if that pink hippo don't get to the other side. And you want to work with Finding Our Roots Museum. Because it seems to be a certain thing about it, because I think someone said tonight is that we're not sure that everyone else that got money, they're going to be solid. We're not sure if that private industry don't have no funny money. What did you say, funny money or something like that you said, Mr. McGee? So we don't know how solid that they are. So we're going to make a decision whether we're going to work with someone or we're going to work against someone. Whether this project originally is going to be something that represents Terrebonne Parish and its culture, because I know I've actually been over on Park over there to Waterlife Museum, and we can do a little bit better with the Waterlife Museum over there. Mm-hmm. And we're losing money there too. We just covered something that we were in the Civic Center and Monday, and we're going to actually approve the audit. Well, we're losing money in other areas too. So we're going to address everything across the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harding. Ms. Candace, you wanted to say something?
I do.
I'm going to give you a light before those guys.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I just want to clear one thing up that I think is being a little thrown around that's not accurate. We have two separate $4.5 million projects. We have $4.5 million that has already been allocated to the Resilience Center. And then we do have the $4.5 million from Finding Our Roots African American Museum. So there are two. So just want to make sure that is definitely cleared up.
Thank you, Ms. Candace. Mr. Hamner?
That was going to be one of my questions. But, boy, and I don't want to spar with you, Tanner.
Do you have, wait, to be clear,
you are
though,
certainly smarter than me.
Is the 4.5 in phase 2 already allocated? Yes. Okay.
All right. But you're speaking eloquently tonight, convincingly tonight, for Finding Our Roots Museum, right?
No, to be clear,
Yeah.
I don't represent.
I want that clear.
I do not represent Finding Our Roots. I've said that multiple times. I've talked to Ms. Scobie maybe 3 times in my life,
right.
And she's a very pleasant lady every time I've spoken to her. But I know nothing about any of the details of what their subservient proposal is. I solely represent Mr. False and HTB, right, to be honest.
And his dealings, clear this up for him, because a lot of people ask me in my district, because they know you, they know Martin, and you actually represent Martin False, Marfo.
Marfa, correct, yes.
Marfo. And you're here pleading for the sale of the building that Marfo owns to Finding Our Roots.
No, to you, to the parish.
Well,
they're a subservient agreement, just like y'all, like all these other ones we talked about.
But that's for finding our roots.
For finding our roots, but just like y'all have discussed on ad nauseum, the subservient agreements aren't even due on October 15th. That could change tomorrow if you found another cultural museum that fit the same project scope. You could change out that subservient agreement. I'm not suggesting you do that. Be very clear. I'm just saying people are wanting it both ways right now. They want to say that the October 15th deadline is unimportant and that the subservient agreement stuff doesn't really matter a whole lot because we can change all that. You can move it all around. And then for some reason, when we start talking about finding our roots, it's like, no, we're locked in on this one, right? It's the same rules are applying across the board from them. Now, they were part of the application process. And so that money came to them through the application process. Now, but that doesn't mean there's no rule that ties it to stay with it. So I would hope that y'all would, to be honest with you, because I don't know who can provide the service of what that thing does, but I'm not an expert in that field. I don't know what is out there. And it seems like they've done it before and they have a history of doing it. And I didn't hear any complaints about the museum and how it was run until the sale on Main Street happened, to be honest.
Okay. You so good at it. You made me forget my questions. He's a pink elephant, is what he is. It's gonna come to me. Just give me a second. It's gonna come to me. All right. Here's my thing. Beginning October 27th, 2024, I fought tooth and nail for Margie Scobie to get a museum. You know that, right? Mr. Martin in the back? You know that. You know that, right, Taylor Gravois? You know that, Jason? It came down to bottom line. It's ready to get to her. She ghosted me. She literally ghosted me. She didn't show up at the meeting where we were going to give her, finalize the deal. Where is she tonight begging for, not begging, that's the wrong word. Where is she tonight, to plead for her money? Where's her representative? You're doing an eloquent job for Martin. And Martin's my friend, and hey, I had lunch with him. But it's not going to affect my vote tonight because she's dropped out of sight.
So, Mr. Hamner,
you're just telling me that to me because
I will. So you're telling me you're more comfortable killing this deal, knowing who the subservient agreement is, but you're very comfortable at the same time moving forward with unknown subservient agreements by October 15th.
Yes, point blank.
What if you get 5 Margie Scobies?
Well, what
are you going to do on November 12th if you have 5 Margie Scobies?
Yeah, I don't. Again, you're smarter than me, and I'm not going to debate with you because But
the devil you know is better than the devil you don't know, and I'm not saying she is, but
she's not even here tonight for me to vote for her.
I can't speak for her. I don't represent.
I know you can't.
I would tell you this though. I would explain to you this. I think
pleading for her.
I think
Martin.
I understand. My perception is that she, and I don't want to put words in her mouth. And I want to be very clear. This is not anything I've been told, but this is my perception. Her perspective is different than the one that's being created for her here. Her perspective is she has not been supported in this process, and I think she feels like the decisions have already been made, and it's not worth the time. And that whatever, I don't want to say she's going to sue or anything like that. I think she is anticipating some sort of legal action at this point. I would assume. And that's just based off of my assumptions. And that's based on no facts.
Maybe right. But yeah, That's my biggest thing. Yeah, her biggest supporter, next to a few others. No, an equal supporter, I should say, because there were many supporters up here of her. But she's gone, and I'm right here. And she's gone, and no explanation whatsoever. That's a gamble for me.
I think
and I'm just
5 unknown subservient is just as big of a gamble.
Yeah, but I'll take the 5 to 1. Yeah. It's it's a difficult situation, and yeah. Anyway.
Let me ask you a question, Mr. Hammer.
You can ask me anything you want.
No, I think
Tanner.
you brought something. I think this is one of 28 projects that were initially approved. The other 27 projects, did any of those have subservient agreements? Were they held to the same standards you're now holding, Ms. Scobie? Were they required to be at all the meetings that their project was discussed? Do you have attendance records? Are you going back and reviewing all of them? Were all 5 of them here tonight that might get the reward? Did you ask any questions of those 5? For some reason, this one seems to be the one that sticks out.
Let me answer that. Of 29, right? 31 now? This is the only one that I poured my heart and soul into. The only one. And because District 6, we're not LMI. We don't get a dime. Okay? Yeah, that's why I brought up the South Houma pump station. Because that's not even going to be in District 6, but, it'll help all of them. Yeah. But
I understand. I don't have an answer for you.
I know you don't, Tana, but I just want you to know as a friend of mine.
Absolutely.
And Martin to know as a friend. And Colin over there, who's I'm sure going to write an article about it, that people have to be there when they requesting 4.5 or 2.5, whatever it is today. Yeah, you got to be there.
If I was her attorney, which I'm not,
look, things would have been a lot different.
I would also be requesting all the attendance records of everybody who came for all these things for a future date.
Yeah, well, look, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for indulging me with Mr. McGee, and thank you for not tearing my butt up here, because I know you could have. And
No.
Martin, I know you and I will continue on after the vote as good friends. But I'd like to make a motion. I don't know how to word it.
Are y'all done with questions for me? Can I go sit down?
Well, I got a couple more lights.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But I don't know if you want to. I mean, I can't stop you from making your motion because Mr.
Well, no,
Baptist
I think everybody deserves a right to speak.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to yield to that, you can go ahead.
Danny, stop.
Mr. Danny, you want to go ahead?
Yeah, well, how do you know I was going to make a motion, Mr. Pledger? You and I haven't spoken since we've been on the council together. So how do you know I was going to make a motion tonight? Now, I'm tired of your nonsense, sir. And you said earlier I never sat in that seat. You're right. No, you never sat. I never sat in that seat. But I was the chairman of the State Wildlife and Fisheries Commission. Where were you? Now, Mr. McGee, I just want to clear up.
I love both of y'all.
Yeah, no, I want to clear up a few things. Candace cleared it up very eloquently just a minute ago. There's 2 $4.5 million pots of money, okay? Also, I forget the dates, but let's say 2 months ago, we gave Ms. And listen, you got up here and you represent Martin, which is wonderful. You got up here and only spoke about Martin for a long time, not about the museum. And this is an agenda item about the museum tonight. But you're doing your job, and that's, like Clyde said, that's great. But a month or so ago, we decided as a council to give Ms. Margie Scobie 3 requests to take Mr. Fals's building, I forget the address, not the HTV building, the smaller building. We asked for a comprehensive business plan that any bank in this town would lend money on, and we said that you're going to get $2.5 million. And we gave a deadline. She did not meet that deadline. As Clyde said, she's been vacant, okay? Now, she had an attorney present at one of the meetings that they went to, but Ms. Scobie wasn't there. I'm worried, and again, these subservient agreements that we're talking about, that has to be done after the fact, after October 15th. And you're right, if they don't pan out, we got 31 projects. We can move every bit of that money somewhere else, okay? Those projects have been already approved, and some of them have the agreements already. So we could expand those projects. It's not like we're locked into just those 5 resiliency centers. And if we don't do it, we're gonna lose the money, because we're not. We have the ability, and Candace, correct me if I'm wrong, and Jason, we have the ability to move it in other areas that have been approved. So what may come up tonight, if this Finding Our Roots Museum goes away, it just means that we can go to phase 2 and what they talked about earlier and expand from phase 1, from a $900 pavilion to a $3 million pavilion in Village East, okay? So there's ways of moving this money around. I'm looking at the ladies that have been giving good explanations. That's where we're not locked into anything. But what we are locked into is, and I'll say it again, and Margie Scobie lives in my district, and I've helped her out tremendously over the years, but she's a no-show.
Mr. Babb, let me ask you a question.
Sure.
If nobody's locked in, and this money can be moved around at any point in time, why the vote tonight?
Well, let me
finish. Let me finish. If nobody is locked in, why is there an arbitrary deadline of tonight for one of the 31? 30 of them are not as far as long in the process. You're penalizing, actually, to be very clear, the one subservient agreement that's the furthest along in the process. That's what's going on. The other ones are benefiting that they haven't turned in anything before today, because you haven't questioned their business plans. You haven't said, does this business plan meet the criteria of a banking institution? You haven't done that to any of them. You've only done to one of 31. So you have arbitrarily created a deadline of tonight for only one, and now you freely admit that all this money can just stay where it is for right now, let the game play out, see how it all works, see if these projects get approved when you go to move the money around, because you can still move the money around November 1st. You're choosing, and I don't know the details, but from her perspective, I would understand this for sure. Start at 4.5, drop down to 2.1. Like, I would also be not trustworthy of this process if I can't even get a solid number of what my project is. And that has changed throughout this entire process. We were told it was X amount of dollars, and then turns out there's an email from like January of 2024 that actually does confirm the $4 million number that everybody said wasn't true. It turns out it was true. Like, it was on an old server and nobody could find it, and it turns out that what Ms. Margie Scobie was saying was correct. I'm just saying you're choosing arbitrary deadlines. I don't know why, because she is the furthest pony in the race. Other than that, everybody else is benefiting. The other 29 can be just like her. And you just don't know it yet. And you're choosing now to say this is the cutoff. I'm drawing the line saying now, even though you may find out later on that these other projects, these other subservient groups are not as good as this one.
Well, let me ask this question. From the beginning,
that doesn't seem like good use of dollars for me. I mean, I don't think that's being a good steward of money, but that's my...
Okay, but let me ask you this question. From the beginning, you just got through saying there was $4.5 million, correct? And that was to buy the HTV building. Am I right?
As I understand the scope of the project. I wasn't involved in the project then.
Well, why was that building pulled out?
Because
why was that building pulled out?
For a couple of reasons. Well, as I understand it, first of all, there was some confusion about how much money was truly available to the project, even though now we know it was always $4 million. And there was some, whether the building was too big, whether the project could be done. There was several questions about the project, but that doesn't mean, as we know now, that we needed to scale down the scope of that project right now. We arbitrarily created a deadline to scale down that project that y'all are not imposing on any of the other 31 projects.
Well, let me ask you this. If that building would have been appraised and she'd have made the sale with Mr. Falls on the HTV building, we wouldn't even be having this discussion right now. But something happened with that building, and then it moved to another building. And then she said she wanted that building and now she doesn't want that building, she wanted another. So
we're penalizing them. You're penalizing them for being responsive to the community requests.
I'm not trying to penalize her for being responsible at all, because I think she's irresponsible here. because she has created the problems, all right?
I don't think she had anything to do with the downscaling of the building. I think that was always being responsive to the community, the public meetings that were being had, and what Mr. Falls was trying to do to accommodate everybody involved. I don't think
What
that's
public
anything to do
meetings
with
were
it.
being held?
I came to 4 of them here at the council where we eviscerated the project.
Well, I'm just asking. Originally, it was HTV building, and it was a $3 million sale, and then all of a sudden, that didn't go through. We moved
Because
to
it was being
another one.
responsive to the public commentary and what the wishes of this council was.
I find that hard to believe.
I was here. There's a tape of it.
No, he's very good, but that doesn't mean that he's right, okay?
No, but he needs to be better at it.
I'm good.
Okay, Mr. Harding.
Oh, yeah, and that was a great point, though. Mr. Foss reminded me of something. One of the reasons why I moved from the bigger building to the little building is because we somehow told her that the kitchen was not going to be able to be used by her. And now we're talking about redoing kitchens at Ward 7. I'm just, these are things that have been said. These are factual records.
Mr. McGee, 1 second. Ms. Candace, go ahead.
Mr. Pledger, I think there's a lot of some miscommunication, some misconceptions, and some explanations on kitchens versus in resiliency centers versus kitchens in museums. I would ask if Taylor Gravwell with CSRS, who is our consultant for the DR money, come and address some of those misconceptions that are being said right now.
If that's your wish, Ms. Molden, that's...
I would appreciate the answer to the
that's,
final questions first before we turn...
Hold on, Tanner, 1 sec. That's totally within the agenda item. We're discussing it. So if you'd like for Mr. Gravwell to come forward, Tanner, just 1 sec. You can come back up, but yeah.
Can you repeat the specific question, please?
Questions, probably.
Who, Candace, go ahead.
So there was, I think, some misconceptions, Taylor. I think we already cleared up the $4.5 million. There's 2. The kitchen in a museum versus the kitchen in the resiliency, the time frame of subrecipients, and what I think also the application for, we're trying to compare the application for resilient centers to the application for the Finding Our Roots African American Museum, and I think they're 2 different types of applications. So if we could clear that up.
Yeah, so good question. The original building, as I appreciate, was somewhere in the neighborhood of 20,000 square feet total. Portions of that building was living space, kitchen space, things like that, which were ineligible for use for the CDBG grant. So the discussion was, okay, if you have that much of the portion of the building that's ineligible to use the grant money on, is it you're paying maybe half of those costs to go to ineligible uses that you can't recoup or turn an income on, because making an income on a project that's funded with a grant, there's tons of complications with that. So the discussion, that's how the discussion moved from the larger building to the smaller building. Additionally, as part of the process we were trying to go through is get a space plan from Ms. Scobie that actually laid out the floor plan of the museum, how much space did she need, and we couldn't get to that step. So that's the difference on the museum building versus the resiliency centers, where, you know, those resiliency centers, it's a multi-purpose building for disaster recovery after a storm, serving the public need, things like that. Whereas in the museum, that would have been generating a profit in some cases. So that's kind of the difference. Now, I will tell you, and to Tanner's point, when you get to the point with these private operators on these resiliency centers, there is a possibility you would run into the exact same problem. And you're going to come back here and say, hey, you know what, that resiliency center at Dumas that operator wants to do, you don't have a good business plan, it's not going to work. So you're going to have some other decisions to make there, because those problems that we're having with this business plan and making sure these things are sustainable for 5 years, it's going to apply to the operators, the other nonprofit operators of the resiliency centers as well. So it's not any restriction that we're trying to put only on Ms. Scobie. That is a program restriction and requirement. So we're going to get to that point, and I think it was said you don't know who those are, you haven't kind of vetted them yet. That is true, but if they don't turn out to be feasible, then you can reallocate the money in other places. So I hope that answers the question, but if there's some additional questions, I'll be happy to help.
Okay, thank you, sir. Mr. Harding?
Yeah, And let's clarify something else too. Not only be clarifying things. Originally, not you, sir. You might know a little bit about it. Originally, I think when I addressed the issue, it was $1 million involved, and then there was an expansion of several others. It ended up to be $4.5 million. Like the gentleman just said, there were so many things that were about the first location, finding which is on the corner of Barrow and Main, that kind of was dead weight, dead money. You couldn't make nothing off it. Now, I recall somehow or another, my memory is getting kind of bad. I think an agreement for the second location had a motion in reference to that, to 2.5, only on what I thought the council was feeling at the moment. I think that's where Clyde still was on board.
That's right.
So once we went past that point, and there were some circumstances that came out in the media. Now, when I originally spoke with Mr. Bergeron about that $1 million, and Ms. Scobie had told me she had an additional $3 million, he said there was no record of that. There was nothing edged in stone. But somehow or another, OCD has accepted the application for $4.5 million.
Absolutely.
For finding our Roots Museum.
June of 25, you have a letter saying they've been awarded the project.
Okay.
From
Now,
OCD.
I'm a firm believer. And I think this is why Mr. Hamner, Ms. Margie Scobie haven't said too much to me either. I'm supporting the $2.5 million location for finding our Roots Museum. I'm supporting that because in all honesty, I can't see all that dead weight we're gonna be spending on the first building. Whether someone was alluding to the actual cost of the first location and whether that was a true cost, that $3 million would have been too much. It might have came way lower than $3 million. That's the paint hippopotamus in the room. Hearsay goes a lot of way, all over, but then is it written in stone? And what we're trying to find out is the fact that whether Ms. Scobie is going to actually accept the $2.5 million. I believe that's where we are right
And
now.
I think it's a fair question, Mr. Harding, completely a fair question. I just want to be clear, though, what we're ultimately doing, however you want to cut the sausage, is we're penalizing Ms. Scobie for being farther along in the process than the other 29 projects. You know less about them, and so you've not questioned them as hard.
Mr.
And I'll be
Tanner,
honest with you,
Mr. Tanner.
we're going to get to a point where I doubt that we're going to question them as hard as you
Tanner,
questioned her.
Mr. Tanner, see, my point is the fact that to work with Finding Our Roots Museum, and then I know you representing Mr. Foss, but then I'm representing a community of people and some money that's probably going to be going into a community that has never been put into a community before. So it's not about Mr. Foss. It's not about Margie Scobie. It's about Finding Our Roots African American Museum. Now, because the word African American Museum, there's a lot of little small elephants out there. So therefore, I'm in support of working with Ms. Scobie. Even though she's not too much willing to hold a conversation with me, I'm in support of that because it's a lot riding on that in the community. And low to moderate income, the original location of that building was on Roosevelt Street, deep in the heart of LMI. Now, this is because there's a discussion, you happen to be up there. $4.5 million, I think that's out the door. That's $2.5 million. That's the one that I'm leaning toward. And I think it should be a business plan worked out here because if Terrebonne Parish Consolidated Government, and so whether it's a private firm or a nonprofit, anyone to write all these things, wanted Finding Our Roots Museum to be successful, I think after about 2.5, 3 years, somebody should have came to their assistance. If you really want it to happen, you pay a lot of people a lot of money to do a lot of things. And all of these projects, somebody should come forward, should have come forward. It should have been better opportunities presented to her if you wanted it to work. But it doesn't seem as if that people are coming out of the woodworks. And yes, I must say this again. Miss Margie Scobie don't speak to me because I spoke differently and what I applied, because she's still on that $4.5 million, which I disagree with. I'm telling you what I agree with. I'm telling my colleagues what I agree with. I agree with the 2.5. Whenever an insurance company comes in, you want equal or better, nothing less. I believe once the 4.5 is out, I'm recommending the 2.5. She should at least come out with $1 million, because that was already guaranteed to her from the bat. So if the application was on behalf of Finding Our Roots Museum, the lowest amount of money that was promised to her was $1 million. From the get-go, when I first talked to Mr. Bergeron. Now, when Mr. Bergeron and the administration sought more money, now, the question could come in and say, well, were you seeking more money fully for Finding Our Roots Museum, or you were seeking more money in a category where you can actually eventually, down the line, use other monies for other projects? So a lot of scenarios can actually come up out of this. I would really recommend, because that October 15th deadline, we take no action and then revisit this in another 2 weeks. Iron out some things.
What I would ask y'all to do is treat this project like all the other 31 projects have been treated. This is the only project that was singled out from the get-go. Like, we can parse all the hairs we want. One project was not included in the block of projects that went for the first initial vote. One was pulled out and voted separately. It was this project. That's from the initial one. That's what started this whole thing. If this would have been included like every other project in the initial round of voting, we would not be here right now. What I'm telling you is, treat Ms. Scobie the way you're treating every other subservient agreement. I don't think you should treat her differently. I don't think you should treat her better. I don't think you should treat her worse. Treat her the same. Don't penalize her for being the furthest along and finding out the problems with her project plan. That's what we're doing. I mean, we could, look, she needs to communicate with you, Mr. Harding. She needs to communicate with you, Mr. Hamner. She needs to communicate with you, Mr. Babin, all of y'all. There's no doubt about that. She needs to communicate with the parish president. She needs to communicate with everybody. I'm not here to defend that, but I'm saying treat her the same, have the same deadlines for her that you have for everybody else. That's it. It's that simple. This isn't some like crazy project that was picked out of thin air. This was a project that went through the same processes that all of these projects went through. The same public hearings, the same public meetings, the same public input selected this project that selected all the 31. The only time it got treated differently, and I hate to say this because I like all of y'all so much, and I know y'all all are well-intentioned, is when it came to this council. And it started it down a path that now takes accusations that people were wishy-washy, blah, blah, but it was because it was created its own path from the get-go when everybody else was running along together. Not being questioned like that one was being questioned. That's just the facts. It's a record. There's a record of what was put on the initial vote. I'm not saying anything that's not true. One project was not with all the other projects. One project has been scrutinized about whether it fits the criteria. One project has been amended and changed through the course of this process at the will of this council, and the others haven't. One of them submitted a business plan. I'm not saying it was a great one. I heard it was not 4 months ago. The rest of them submitted one, I think, tonight. One of them's known. The rest of them are unknown. Like, it's crazy to me that all of this has happened through the course of this, and I freely admit that I don't think Ms. Scobie did everything right. I get that. I'm not disagreeing with any of that. What I'm saying is, but one had this level of scrutiny to it and the rest didn't. If we would have held the microscope up to another one, it may have had the same fate. Maybe their director would have failed the way that Ms. Scobie failed. What I'm saying is there's no deadline for today from the federal or state government that's requiring you to make this decision. This is a decision strictly of your own making. And I think really driven by Facebook, but that's neither here nor there.
Mr. Trosclair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Babin, you made a comment earlier that the sale of this building has nothing to do with the agenda item. I beg to disagree with you. That building is part of the project. The sale of this building, Mr. Martin Falls has signed documents and committed this building for this project, so it's definitely part of this agenda item. And just for the record, this project started with past President Dove's administration. He committed $1 million in phase one to the project, with a commitment for $2 million to follow in phase two. When the proposed jail didn't make the cut in the project list, that freed up some of the CDBG-DR money. President Bergeron added an additional $1.5 million for the project. That's how it came to be $4.5 million. And that's the chronological order of this whole project, okay, spanning two administrations. Where we at now, it's done a lot of flip-flopping back and forth, one building, another building. She can't use the requirements of the DR money, as she couldn't profit from the living quarters. And I mean, I take them at their word. I didn't read it. You know, I don't know how they determine that. But either way, this sale of this building is definitely part of this project, and Martin Falls and his company has bent over backwards over and over and over to make this work for the parish and the museum. And at the end of the day, if we don't move on this and if we move on this and strike it and kill it, he's the only guy that loses. Mm-hmm. He's the only business, the only person in Terrebonne Parish that loses. And personally, it's not fair. I don't think it's fair to him that he has to lose because we can't get our act together up here. All right? And that's the bottom line. But that is the way this project has started, and that's where we are today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Trosclair. Mr. Hamner?
A lot of good conversation tonight, but I'm gonna make a motion. Everybody has their opinion. There are 9 different opinions up here, and plus we got our couple of attorneys and our CSRS and Wagner and Ball. I'm going to make a motion to have administration cancel the application for Finding Our Roots African American Museum and bring the recommendations to the council with the consultants' advice, the CSRS and Wagner and Ball. I'd like to have y'all here when they do make some recommendations, because your advice is very valuable to me in this council. And but to reallocate that, whatever the amount of money is, $1 million, $2.5 million, or 4.5. I think tonight we're talking about the 4.5 to other projects that Terrebonne Parish the citizens of Terrebonne Parish, all the citizens of Terrebonne Parish need and will benefit by. That's my motion.
I have a motion on the floor by Mr. Clyde Hamner to cancel the funding for the Finding Our Roots African American Museum. We have a second by Mr. Danny Babin. Mr. Carl Harding.
I just want to be on record and say I disagree with that particular motion because we haven't done our due diligence to actually work across the board and to understand the significant impact, the negativity, not just for Terrebonne Parish, but my constituents and a lot of other people that supported Finding Our Roots Museum. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harding. Mr. Voisin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we're not really looking at this thing as a whole at this point in reference to possible financial repercussions for the parish for taking this action tonight. I agree with most everything Mr. McGee said in reference to how this has been handled. If the way it's been handled, I don't see nobody really disagreeing with any of that. That definitely puts the parish in a vicarious situation if we do this for the future. I don't think anybody here could say, oh no, there'll be no financial repercussions to the parish for doing this if we make this action tonight. And I don't understand why we would even be doing it based on everything that was said tonight. If I understood correctly, I do want a clarification on one thing. The use of the kitchen, breakfast, is that an OCD requirement that they couldn't do it?
I think there's some, I didn't know if you were asking me or her.
Am I authorized to speak?
Yes, ma'am.
I can answer the question, and Candace may want to as well, but this is a museum project, and so the proposal was to generate some income by renting out some apartments at the top, using the kitchen to host events and paying and gathering money for that. That is not allowed by the OCD, by CDBG-DR rules. That would be program income and would go back to the state, and so would not stay in Terrebonne Parish and would not stay with the museum.
So
That
they
is
could
correct.
reap no benefits from those facilities.
That's right.
By
And
law.
especially for uses outside of the museum. If the museum charges entry for museum purposes, they can roll the money into operation costs as long as it doesn't exceed the operation. But if you're trying to make income off of something outside of the purpose of the project, like renting out space and using your kitchen to fund meals for somebody else and you're paying it, all of that is outside the purpose of this project. This project was a museum project.
And even if those things were directly related to the African American community, it would still not be allowed, because that couldn't be considered part of a
That's not the
museum.
application.
I'm just asking.
That is correct. And it still would be considered program income. Program income is a kind of a weird term of art, but it's a term of art by CDBG that means you're making money off of federal funds. And if you make money off of federal funds, that money goes back to the federal government.
That part's correct. Okay. I do want to clarify, that's pretty much correct, but not quite correct. So, no, it is.
Opinion.
If there is a scenario where you can have a kitchen that supports the museum's core mission of being a museum. I mean, everybody's been to a museum that has a gift shop and has a coffee. So there is a part where the kitchen can be used within a museum function. The issue was that Ms. Scobie's business plan as presented was that the kitchen was going to be used as like a catering restaurant thing with some apartments, and that would be outside the bounds. So a kitchen per se, I disagree, is unnecessarily, I think this will be helpful for y'all going forward. It has to be within the mission of the museum itself and the functions of the museum. And it has to fit that criteria. But what they serve, how they serve it, it would be you have to get into the details of the plan and the proposal. I definitely agree with them, though, that as it was presented was not fitting the criteria.
Understood. And would there have been an opportunity to do something different? And I'm not even gonna go there. The point I'm gonna try to make is it was her choice to leave that building based on the fact that she didn't feel like she could sustain it financially without those benefits of income, correct? So, to me, at that point, you kind of being a good steward as far as financially.
Moving to a smaller
'cause
building.
she could have easily just said, no, give me the 4.5, I'll make it work. And then whatever happens, happens.
Correct.
If you're not being a good steward of finance. And then we get to the second building, and with all the things that have transpired, I've stayed an arm's length away from this thing, particularly since the what I would consider to be a open meeting law violation based on this topic. I've tried to stay an arm's length away from this thing since these things have occurred. There's a lot of issues from finding our root side. There was some things done incorrectly, and from the parish side, I believe there's some things that's been done incorrectly, without any thought of if we kill this, no repercussions. I hadn't heard anybody say anything about, well, if we kill this, we could face some negative repercussions. And I don't think we should be ignoring those things at this point. I think there should actually be some discussions in reference to the negatives that could actually cost tax dollars later. I'd like to make a substitute motion to hold this over till the next council meeting at least.
We have a substitute motion on the floor by Mr. Clayton Voisin to hold this item over, second by Mr. Steve Trosclair. With that being said, I've given everybody a lot of liberty, and I'd just like to at least share, if that's okay, if I can share my sentiments. Appreciate that, Clyde. Appreciate that. Because I'm one of two African Americans up here, and a lot of you wouldn't understand. You might not want to hear it, but that's okay. The door's there. With that, myself and Mr. Harding, the difference is there is I voted no continuously on anything finding our roots. I voted no. And I voted no not because I didn't want a museum, not because I didn't want Ms. Margie to succeed, because that means me as a black man would succeed too here in Terrebonne Parish. And the reason I voted no continuously is because of the mere fact that what we were doing as a parish was not putting our folks or the people that we thought were capable of being a part of the CDBG-DR funding, we wasn't giving them a fair shake. One, by way of Miss Margie. Miss Margie doesn't talk to me, and I'm fine with that. But at the same time, I want to prop her up and still try to help, because there is not one project that's devoted solely to the African American community. I don't want to hear the wastewater in Village East. That's not a project to this caliber or something that would really make a difference. Or it's not even a project you can see. Okay? So with that, why do we as a parish feel the need? I have to agree with Mr. McGee on this is the only project that has had any scrutiny or that people really even know about. I'll be hard pressed to believe that anyone, if they're polled in this parish, can tell you another project that we're doing. But we know that there's finding our roots that we want to get rid of. And there's been a lot of conversation around it. There's been a lot of misinformation. Most recent was subrecipient agreements have to be done after October 15th. That is completely false. We had 2 done last meeting. I didn't see a business plan. I didn't see none of the requirements that we're proposing Ms. Margie do. But again, a lot of you wouldn't understand because the melanin in your skin doesn't allow you to. I'm not making this a racial issue at all because I have other defenses. I'm educated, militant. Not only that, I live with compassion for everybody. And if this is triggering you in any way, and I've shared this before, you should ask yourself why. But the Finding Our Roots African American Museum has not been given the same opportunity as these other projects, and there's 30 plus. I don't feel that way. That's why my record states that. I voted no. Just like now, let's bulldog our way through it, and now we have to make that decision. But as I've shared, we didn't make any of the other decisions in this capacity. It's given to us. Mr. Hamner alluded to it. Exactly what I shared earlier, Mr. Hamner said. He made the motion to take the funds back from Finding Our Roots. And he also mentioned in his motion to ask administration to give us a plan forward. Again, proves my point of, are we really making the decision? Mr. Champagne shared, give us all the information, let us make the decision. As Mr. McGee said, we know where the cards are on the table, and we know what's going to happen. Let's be honest. If this fails tonight, administration, they're going to make the rules, and the same people that vote tonight to kill it will be the same people that vote to do whatever they say. And if it's any different, Mr. Hamner, Mr. McGee, I'll plagiarize. I'll be the happiest person in Terrebonne Parish if it's different than what I'm telling you. Because I guarantee you it's going to be just what I'm telling you. That's what's going to happen. As Mr. Hamner shared, Colin, your story will be good now. That being said, thank you. Substitute motion on the floor by Mr. Clayton Voisin, second by Mr. Clayton Voisin to hold this over, second by Mr. Steve Trosclair. Members, no further lights, no further discussions. Vote your machines. 4 yeas, 5 nays. Substitute motion fails. We're back to our original motion made by Mr. Clyde Hamner to remove the funds from Finding Our Roots African American Museum. No further lights and/or discussions. Members, vote your machines. The vote's 5 yeas, 1 nay. Motion passes. Next agenda item. Next agenda item, item E, presentation from the Fraternal Order of Police, Lodge Number 4 by Ms. Wendy Miles and Mr. Joel Callahan. That item, we'd like to pull that item for unforeseen reasons. Item 2, public wishing to address the council. In accordance with Section 2-07E of the Terrebonne Parish Home Rule Charter, the public will be heard and can speak for 3 minutes on any matter related to parish government without discussion or questions and answers on non-agenda items. Item A, Ms. April Wallace, a Houma resident, wishes to address the council regarding Dumas Auditorium Resiliency Center. Ms. Wallace.
Good afternoon. My name is Ms. Wallace, and I'm sure y'all gonna do exactly what y'all wanna do, no matter what I say, because we see that tonight already. But I'm talking about the Resilience Center, and everybody wanna seem like it's not about race. It's always about race. We could stop that. We could kill it. It's always about race in Terrebonne Parish. I don't sugarcoat nothing, okay? I don't think it should be done. I don't think Dumas should be used as a resilience center. I don't. For one fact, that's where black people have weddings. That's where black people have family reunion. That's where black people have parties, gatherings, get together. So no, I don't think it should be used for that. Y'all got this money back. Y'all could take it and build one. Y'all done took the 4.5 million, so build one somewhere. But do not take Dumas. Y'all have other places. Y'all have the municipal. Y'all not gonna take that because that's in the white community. Y'all have the Civic Center. Y'all not gonna take that because it generate money for the white community. And I'm just so tired of this. I'm tired of it. We all know that Louisiana, that's just Louisiana. It's just racism. And this gotta stop. And y'all see, y'all love everybody. Y'all care about your community. Y'all don't care about no community. You care about where you stay. You care about your family and your friends, but please don't say y'all care about black people. Because it's not true. It's not true at all. And I'll talk to anybody up there who wants to question me about it. I feel the way I feel. I'm not gonna change it. I don't sugarcoat nothing because it is what it is. I came here in January. I asked for money for the park at Audemars. It's in a black neighborhood.
Miss Wallace, make sure we keep it towards
Okay, but,
resiliency centers.
That's where I'm going through. But I haven't seen that money. So you taking all this stuff from the black community. That's where I'm getting at. I don't see no money being used nowhere in the black community.
No. We don't need a motion to extend. It's on the agenda. Go ahead, Ms. Wallace. Ms. Tammy. Put the light back on, please.
I just don't think that Dumas should be used for that. Y'all could build one. Y'all got extra money, so just build one somewhere. So show me show the black community, show the black people that y'all really care about them and build one. But do not take Dumas. Do not take it. Find somewhere else. They got other places y'all can find. And it just don't make no sense. And I'm speaking up on it, and anybody have any questions, talk to me. That's why I come and I get on the agenda, and nobody talks after I say something. I don't know if y'all don't think it's important.
Mr. Hamner has his light on.
Okay.
Mr. Hamner?
Yes.
I want to be sure I understand. You don't want the money spent at Dumas for the Resilience Center?
No, can weddings still be done there?
Yeah.
No, but earlier when the lady talked,
Yeah,
she
but-
said it would be up to the operator.
Yeah, but who's going to be the operator over there?
Let's make sure that we're clear. We got our consultants here now. We
That's
can't
right.
use
I
federal
wanna-
funds we're
That's
just
what
gonna
they
give it
just
to the
said,
folks. I mean, if I'm not sure. If
I want
somebody
to be
wants to
sure
clear
I'm on
that
the
up.
same page as April, because that's my friend right there.
How do we
Yeah,
clear
I
that
wanna-
up?
That's what I want to know. Are we still gonna be able to enjoy the things that we was using it for? If not, no, I don't want it.
Mr. Hart?
Well, actually, from my understanding, and like Mr. Pleasure is saying, number one, that is not complete. That have not been awarded as of yet. So therefore, with that being said, I'm under the assumption that whoever manages the building itself. Now, when I actually spoke with Haley, the thing was to have an agreement between Rec 11 and the people that they were going to turn, the nonprofit that they were going to turn the building itself over to. So, one Terrebonne. So, yes, I think they would have to answer the question if Haley
I would
said-
like to get an answer to that, too.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, to me, I'm just, if we're using federal funds, even if we turn it over, if Margie couldn't do it, then
That's right.
I just need somebody to answer the question.
That's what I want to know too.
Go ahead, Kevin.
Because the application one was for a museum, the other is for resiliency center.
So in other words,
different.
they can generate funds for that.
We got a bunch of experts sitting down in that front row.
No. So just to clarify, Wagner and Ball put together the plan. I think there are still lots of questions about operations and maintenance that we haven't gotten there yet. Subrecipient agreements have not been drafted. We, CSRS, have not had any engagement with any of the nonprofits. Wagner and Ball, who put together the plan, has been engaging the nonprofits.
So the one question we have, this is the one question we have. So if a subrecipient gets control of the building, they're control of the building the entire time, and they can't do anything else but have a resiliency center, it can't be used, because that building's
I'm
used
not
for other
prepared to
stuff.
answer that at this point. All I can tell you is what was presented in the plan.
That's a really
which-
important piece of information.
Which is that these were the top priorities as identified because there were already operators that operated the facility, and there were some additional expansions to those existing facilities. That's as far as we have gotten. We haven't gotten down into the second phase for working out the operations. There are questions about maintenance of the buildings. There are questions about operations. We haven't gotten to that point yet. We just have the plan at this point.
And thank you, ma'am, for that. And Ms. April, we want to thank you too as well. But I want to share this with you, and it should be noted, very well noted, that, and it should be an example to the rest of the folks in Terrebonne Parish. You came up with an answer, or you came up with a question our consultants couldn't even answer. So to me, if more people would be like you and get involved, maybe you can help. I'm going to speak for myself. You can help me do my job better, which that's why I was elected, to be able to serve people like you and the rest of the folks that's out there. So thank you for your question. And hopefully we can get an answer on that, Mr. Harding.
To piggyback off what he just said, some people didn't take you seriously. So therefore, I'm supporting what he just finished saying. You never know.
Me too, April.
Clyde. Thank you, Mr. Harding. So thank you, Miss Wallace.
So
go ahead.
from this, they going, okay, if they decide whether or not it can or cannot, if they say it cannot be used, I would like Dumas off of it. I would like it off. I don't want where we can't decide or we have to wait for phase 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, I need to know this before y'all accept it. Not wait till, oh well, we don't know. I don't want to know we don't know. I want to know before they do anything to it. So I would like to visit this again because I really want to know. Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Wallace. Do appreciate it. Ms. Chauvin, you had a question for her? Go ahead.
So my question would be is in what part of this do we find out what the buildings can and cannot be used for? And because there has been no acceptance of the resiliency centers by any of us. Heck, I was surprised to find out we could use it in the dredging. Another 4.5, let's throw down Locayu. Here we come, you know? So, no, he's saying Grand Caillou, he said, the other one. But my question is, when do we find out?
We will get you that as soon as possible. Once we have what funding is available and what resilient centers we want to move forward with, we can work on that. But I will get you this specific answer as soon as possible.
Okay, because I think that'll make a big difference in a
Yes,
lot
ma'am.
of them. I mean, look, I don't know where I stand on that because I've already talked to the Ward 7 board on those parts of it, and I'm not real comfortable with that. So
I do believe, each of you did receive a printout of the presentation, and I think some of that detail is in there, specifically who the nonprofits or the associate working with them.
But we're going to have to find out from OCD
Yes, ma'am.
as to what it can be used
Yes,
for.
ma'am.
Are we going to get that printed out for us, like in hard? Because I find things kind of change.
If we can get it in writing, we'll try to get it in writing.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Candace. Mr. Harding, you had something?
Yes. With that being said, when we just shot that $4.5 million, would we have access to more resiliency? And then when will we find out where that $4.5 million will be going to?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Give me a light, please. Thank you.
All right. So, Mr. Harding, I believe that what was passed tonight was the motion that administration submit to the council where
Along with the consultant.
the other projects that could benefit from the additional funding and some reasoning behind that. Our intent is to have that to you at the next round of council meetings. I don't know if it'll be on the Monday night or the Wednesday night. And we'll have the backup as to why that is important. But it really, is up
At
to
the same time, we
council.
can have the answer to
Yes,
what
sir.
was generated from Miss April.
Yes, sir.
Now, I know we did do the 4.5, but the additional
1 million.
1.5, 1 million,
One.
yeah, 1 million. Is that going to be
It will be-
included,
yes.
as in
It
just
will be included
dragging
in-
that over?
No, it'll be included in our recommendation for all of the funding to be allocated so that we can start moving forward to that October 15th deadline. Because that deadline is also to have any unallocated funding allocated.
Okay, all right, thank you. Again, thank you, Ms. Wallace. I have a couple speaker cards. Mr. Wilford Joseph, Homer resident, wants to address NTA North Terrebonne Alliance Community Centers. Yes, sir. Name and address for the record, please.
My name is Wilfred Joseph. I live at 102 Octavia Street in Shreveport. I've been advocating for a community center in the north end of the parish. We have a new parish president. When I started this, we have about 4 new council members since I started this. I've been advocating. Miss Sarah came to Shreveport. I think it was 40 of us from North Terrebonne Parish Alliance was the 40 that she was speaking about to advocate for that for the funding for the community center. I gave her, we talking about plans, I think I sent her, I gave it to Carl, but I can send it again, a detailed plan, budget. If we had planned to use for our, if we get this community center to look at. I've been at this for at least 6 years. I don't know how long. It's been a long time. Mr. Pulaski could attest to it. We need in North Terrebonne Parish, the north end of the parish, we need a community resilience center. For everything that she talked about, mental health, it's all in that plan. Everything is in the plan. We have a plan on how we're going to fund the place to keep it funding. We have a detailed plan. I can send it to whoever would like to see it. All I need is your email, and I want you all to look at it because this has been a for me, a labor of love for my community, for low-income people, for kids. Kids, we're trying to reach the children. We're trying to do a computer lab. We're trying to do a community band. We're trying to do a community choir. We're trying to do mental health. Mental health is very important because it's not important to the people that are suffering the mental health. It's important to us to know how to deal with the people with the mental health, right? So that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to do a full plan for our community, North End of the Parish. And look, anybody is welcome, right? We nonprofit. None of us get paid. We do this from our heart. But we need, we've been working out of a church, and you're limited when you can work out of church because you don't own the building. You're limited to what you can do. But we've done a lot through North Terrebonne Alliance with the help of the Grid Improvement Association. And we just need a building. We need something that we can serve our community. We talked about hurricanes and how to serve people or goods in the community. We want to be a conduit of knowledge to our community. But to do that, we need a building. And for me, when I heard about this community center, it's perfect for what we want to do for our community. And we're right there by our Altajon community. We're going to reach out to those people. We're going to reach out to everybody in the north end of the parish that want to come and support us with what we're doing for the kids, for the elderly. We want to reach out to the elderly. We want to help them too. We have a whole plan. We got a full plan, and all we need is a building. We're ready to go. We're going to raise the money.
One second, Mr. Joseph. Motion to extend, Ms. Kim Chauvin, second by Mr. Carl Hardings. Members, vote your machines. Votes 9-0. Go ahead, Mr. One sec. Wait, there you go. Go ahead.
So she said something about the Catholic Church. I've never been to a meeting where anybody there was representing a nonprofit from the Catholic Church. Maybe I missed something, but we went to every meeting. We're there because we really feel strongly about this community, that we can reach a lot of people, help a lot of people. So we're hoping that you all would consider the North Terrebonne Parish Alliance for this community center, because we're going to do, give us a chance. We're going to do some great work. We're going to raise the money. We're going to write grants. We're going to do everything we need to do to help these kids in our community grow. We're going to do financial classes to teach these children how to think about money, how to use their money, how to be financially aware, how to save their money, how to invest their money. We got a whole plan. All we need is the building. All we need is the help, and I pray that you all help us. Just give us a chance. That's all we need. This is the opportunity of a lifetime for us, that we can use some of these CGB money for to help the communities, and we're going to do it if y'all give us the opportunity. We're going to do it.
Thank you.
The plan I proposed to her, which might be a little aggressive, it's $2,075,000. That's building the building, buying property, building the building. We got the whole plan from the bottom up. But if you all give us a building we can use, we'll take it. We ain't greedy. We want to have a building so we can help our community.
Thank you.
That's what we're gonna do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Joseph. And I understand that based on section 2-07, you have a speaker card, but I would like to let Ms. Kim Chauvin share if she likes to. Ms. Chauvin?
One, if you guys have the plan or wherever the plan is, can we possibly look
I'll
at it?
email
Because
it to Carl.
I'm truly
He's
interested
my councilman.
in
I'll email it
having
to
that.
Carl, and you can all look at it. I'll email it to him tonight or in the morning. I'll email it to him.
All
And
right.
the whole council can look at it.
No, I'm
And see
really
how,
interested, but thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Joseph. And there again, stem to stern, he's got it all. Next speaker card, Miss Connie Berg, 5953 Elm Street, speaking for Kirby Lee Johnson about Smith Ridge.
I'd like to invite Mr. Johnson to come stand by me. I'm here to read a letter that his cousin wrote about him and his dedication to Smith Ridge. And he's of the same heart as I am in that he likes to keep his community clean and takes care of his community. And he might need some love from Miss Kim in the drainage department. So you might want to get with him to see about some culverts in his area so children don't wind up in the ditch or get hit by a car. So his cousin, Alicia Harding, wrote this letter about this wonderful man. Start giving flowers while one still smells them. Reason for me saying this is because I'm always passing my older cousin, taking part in serving his community. At one point in time, there were 3 most prettiest, cleanest bayous away that kept the grass along the bayou side cut. I feel with you there, Bubba. He trimmed neatly, but somewhere along the way, the elders started to not care about keeping the community the way it should have been clean. I can truly testify that my cousin takes the time every single day picking up trash along the bayou and the streets of the community, keeping the grass and the monumental areas cut and trimmed neatly as it should be taken part also. There's not a day that goes by that he is not out cleaning up the bayou, making sure there is not one piece of paper left when he's finished for that particular day. Amen, brother. But the saddest part of it is no matter to who sees it, no one offers a helping hand, not even myself. But I sure make sure that I never litter because never tend to helping others. I asked him one day, what keeps you motivated to continue constantly cleaning the areas where folks just toss their trash every single day? He replied, my good God, who continually strengthens me. He keeps the church as well as the cemetery grass trimmed neatly. Also, the grave where he makes sure that they are crisp and white. The good thing about it, he has no picks, no choices of the graves that he paints. It's the beauty of him doing each and every grave, very loyal and loving work of honor. I ask him, where does he get the patience and the dedication?
Motion to extend by Ms. Kim Chauvin, second by Mr. Babin. Seeing the lights, members, vote your machines. Votes not 8-0. Go ahead. King, thanks.
All right. I ask him, where does he get the patience and dedication and motivation? Of course, he replies, you should already know the answer to that question. Most prized possession, the Almighty God, who works through the strengths in me. Amen, was all I could reply. Anyway, I said that to say this, I myself would like to acknowledge my big cousin, Kirby Lee Johnson, an ambitious and caring gentleman and truly a great inspiration to myself and many of this community. He is a true living testimony, and I also truly believe he is overly doing his work of God's will. I also agree that more elders should acknowledge his work and dedication, and also his unconditional love for his community. We need more people like you, Mr. Johnson. We sure do. I'm right there with you. So if you have any words you want to tell, okay, you take it back.
First, give obedience to the Holy Spirit, and I thank each and every one who went on today. But I come to stand up for my communion. Our road, the little kids, they don't have nowhere to walk. The street, you can't see the road because they don't have no line. And I be out there working. Sometimes the car got to stop for them to get out the road. That we done had a lot of people got hurt. We done had things that happen. And that hurt me to see if one of my nephews or my niece or one of my cousins get hurt. Well, you know how that feel in the inside? And all I'm telling y'all, we got to come together. Without God, nothing ain't gonna never work. Everything we do, we got to do it through the power of God. And God give you a job to do. Man, do it from the heart. The Bible tell you the tongue is very dangerous. When you hurt one, you hurt all. So you got to be careful how you treat people. Because what goes around, come around. God is all about love and one another. And if we can't come together, you don't need to help with me. May God bless y'all.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. We needed that. We needed that. Committee reports. No other speaker cards. Committee reports. Budget and Finance, 8/10/2026. Mr. Clyde Hamner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The motion tonight, I make the motion that the council accept and ratify the minutes of the Budget and Finance Committee held Monday, August 12, 2026. I have 5 public hearings. Introduce an ordinance to declare as surplus 21 adjudicated properties in which the parish has 100% and call a public hearing on said matter on Wednesday, January 26, 2026 at 6:30 p.m. Number 2, introduce an ordinance to declare as surplus 1 adjudicated property in which the parish has a percentage, and that is St. Louis Canal Road, 72% and 4%, and call a public hearing on said matter on Wednesday, August 26, 2026 at 6:30 p.m. Number 3, introduce an ordinance to declare as surplus 9 adjudicated properties in which the parish has a percentage. 1 is 502 Oak Street, 10 and 90%. 2, 291 Petrie Street, 74 and 26%. 3, 628 Myra Street, 35%. 4, Bayou Locaya, 16.5%. 5, Bayou Grand Kaya, 2.11%, 0.53%, and 0.0035%. 6, the right descending bank of Bayou Grand Kaya, 99.93%. 7, 209 Kennedy Drive, 98.01%. 8, 1809 Kenneth Street, 25%. 9, 6238 West Park Avenue, 99%, and call a public hearing on said matter on Wednesday, August 26, 2026 at 6:30 p.m. You've got 2 more left. Number 4, introduce an ordinance to amend the 2026 adopted operating budget of the Terrebonne Parish Consolidated Government for the following item: coastal restoration, $10,000, and call a public hearing on said matter on Wednesday, August 26, 2026 at 6:30 p.m. Number 5, introduce an ordinance to amend the 2026 adopted operating budget of the Terrebonne Parish Consolidated Government for the following item: the Parish Prisoners Fund, $500,000, and call a public hearing on said matter on Wednesday, August 26, 2026 at 6:30 p.m. Now, Mr. Babin.
Motion by Mr. Hamner, second by Mr. Babin. Seeing no lights, members vote your machines. Votes 9-0, motion passes. Item B, Community Development and Planning Committee, 8/10/2026. Mr. Charles Kevin Champagne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I make a motion that the council accept and ratify the minutes of the Community Development and Planning Committee held on Monday, August 10th, 2026, and I have one public hearing. Number one, introduce an ordinance to revise Chapter 12, Section 6 and Section 27 of the Terrebonne Parish Code of Ordinances to remove the word landfill, add language regarding trucks entering the highway and related matters thereto, and call a public hearing on Wednesday, August 26, 2026 at 6:30 p.m. Thank you.
Motion by Mr. Kevin Champagne, second by Mr. Harding. Seeing the lights, members, vote your machines. Votes not 8-0. Motion passes. Item 4, streetlights. All approved streetlights, installation, removals, and/or activations. Oh, we got to vote. We got a couple of them came in. Got a motion by Ms. Kim Chauvin, second by Mr. Carl Harding. Seeing no lights, members, vote your machines. Votes 9-0, motion passes. Item 5, notice of meetings. Approve the attendance of the council staff to the LAMSA, LAMSA 36th Annual Fall Conference to be held at the Marriott Lakeway in Metairie, Louisiana from September 16th through the 18th, 2026 as per current travel policy. Motion by Mr. Babin, second by Ms. Chauvin. Seeing the lights, members, vote your machines. Votes 9-0, motion passes. Item 6, appointments to various boards, committees, and commissions. 6A, Fire District Number 5 Board, one expired term. Mr. Bernie Hutchison expresses his interest in being reappointed. I have a motion by Mr. Steve Trosclair to appoint Mr. Hutchison, second by Mr. Carl Harding. Seeing no lights, members, vote your machines. Votes 8-0, motion passes. Congratulations, Mr. Hutchison, you're here. Okay. Item 7, monthly engineering reports, Milford and Associates Incorporated. Motion by Ms. Kim Chauvin, second by Mr. Carl Harding. Seeing no lights, members, vote your machines. Votes 8-0, motion passes. Mr. Triggs, they're not registering, or it's just, okay, all right. Item 8, vacancies to various boards, committees, and commissions. 8A, Recreation District Number 1 Board, 2 expiring terms on 9/10/2026 and 9/12/2026. Recreation District Number 2-3 Board, 1 vacancy due to a resignation. Recreation District Number 3A Board, 1 vacancy due to a resignation. Recreation District Number 10 Board, 1 vacancy due to a resignation. Fire District Number 5 Board, 1 vacancy due to a resignation. Board of Adjustments, 3 expiring terms on 9/1/2026 and 1 vacancy. TITA, 2 expiring terms on 9/9/2026. Home of Terrebonne Regional Planning Commission, 1 vacancy due to a resignation. Announcements, 9A, Parish President.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I know it's late, but I do feel like I want to give these people some props. On Saturday, August 15th at 8 a.m., we have the Farmers Market for local farmers at the Houma Air Base Park. On Saturday, August 15th from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., the Terrebonne Parish Library National Medal Celebration at the main library. This is to celebrate the library's massive honor. Saturday, April 15th from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m., Anything Cajun Cook-Off, East Park Recreation Center. Saturday, August 15th, 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. is the National Acadian Day celebration at the Bayou Terrebonne Waterlife Museum, a day dedicated to honoring the history, culture, and traditions of Louisiana's Acadian people. Tuesday, August 18th from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. at the Life Church is a DOTD public meeting for the proposed additions of center medians, U-turns, and J-turns along Martin Luther King Boulevard. And Tuesday, September 1st at 6 p.m. will be the Dularge Town Hall. Thank you.
Any council members? Motion to adjourn, Ms. Kim Chauvin, second, Mr. Clyde Hamner. Seeing no further lights, members, vote your machines. 7-0. Good evening.
It's not enough.